All right, everybody out there in YouTube land, welcome to Friday Night One Shots. So my name is Matt Yancic, and I am the founder and head game master of Manufactured Myth and Legerdemain, and I am excited to be here tonight. I'm excited, but I'm extremely nervous. You don't know how wacky the last 30 or 40 minutes have been. Just nuts over here on our end of things. But with our typical aplomb and professionalism, we have smoothly transitioned and we've gotten our show on the rails here at 9 p.m. Larry, would you like to interject on that?
I just wanted to say we would call that pluckiness.
Well, they would actually, in the 20s, they would call it moxie as well. We got lots of moxie. So thank you all very much for joining us tonight. We had a number of complications earlier on, but we're running here right on schedule. Tonight, we are presenting what we call Top Valkyrie, which is a mashup of Robotech and Top Gun using Monty Cook's Cypher system. I will be game mastering using the Cypher system for these folks tonight, who are each going to play Veritech pilots. So, Larry, why don't you tell us a little bit about your pilot?
Well, my pilot is more of a technological type guy. He's a hacker, coder. That's what he likes to do on the side. He likes to work in the shadows a little bit. His name is Ken Burke. Mm-hmm. That's a good, strong pilot name. But he goes by the handle Resync.
Oh, Resync. Okay, got it. I'm going to have to write that down tonight, just to sort of let everybody know. On prior one-shots, I was sort of fond of killing people off very quickly, killing characters off. Tonight, I'm going to sort of try to keep people alive, but there are no guarantees. Thanks, Larry. We hope to hear from Resync later on in the evening's adventure. How about you, Jared? Who are you playing for tonight?
I am playing Brad Jedi Davison. He is a legacy kid to the program. His father happens to be one of the generals and kind of founders of this particular program.
Nice.
So he is the best.
No pressure. The best of the best. The top 1%.
That's it.
Okay, cool. Let's actually go to James, one of our Manufactured Myth and Legerdemain regulars. James, who are you playing tonight?
I'm playing Microburst.
Nice.
An impulsive warrior type who's rather large. He's probably about 6'6", very solidly built, and pretty impulsive and hot fire running through his veins. And he might have a little more to him than we know yet.
Ooh, I'm already intrigued, even though. But
Hook
notice.
it in there.
Notice it's a very theatrical sort of intrigue, as if you had not told me before the game who you were playing.
You have no idea.
I'm playing to the audience right now.
Oh, shoot. Yes,
And-
but back in his home, I mean, back home, he was very really well known as a very fierce warrior, though even maybe small amongst his people.
Ooh, wait a minute.
Yeah,
Now you're giving
but he's
a lot of
ready.
spoilers
He's ready
there.
to fly, and he joined up, ready to try and take this amazing technology for a spin.
Cool. And last but not least, we have here at Manufactured Myth and Legerdemain a second stringer who we have pulled off the bench and brought in at the last minute as a substitution. This man is a legend in the role-playing community, the small community that I Zoom within anyway. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight we have Prakash, who has actually never played Cypher System before, which is actually pretty cool because we have the chance to introduce to him a really awesome system. We played D&D with him for quite a bit. So this will be Prakash's first time. Prakash is actually on the run. I don't know if you noticed, but if you look in the background, you can see that he's in a hotel room off, I'm guessing I-84 or I-91, but we're not really going to say because we don't want to give any hints to the cops that are looking for him. Prakash, can you tell us a little bit about your fighter pilot, the pilot that you'll be playing tonight?
So, my name is Edward O'Hare.
Mm-hmm.
So I was an ace pilot, a ladies' man.
Of course. We're
Did
talking
things-
about your character, not you, Prakash.
Oh, yes. I'm talking. My character was, he was in the Gulf War. You know, he did a lot of crazy shit. I'm sorry, crazy stuff. You know, he did a lot of dealings that he shouldn't have dealt with. You know, he sold a lot of secrets to the Russians, and now it's getting weird.
Prakash,
So,
what is your call sign?
near Aragorn.
Aragorn. All right, Aragorn. And just so that you know, we will be correcting you as we go through the play. So I have bad news for you, Aragorn, but if you're a Gulf War veteran and you are, well, actually this will fit in. Will this fit in as far as the timeline goes? 2009? Yeah, you would be somewhere in your mid 40s. What do you think?
40s. Yep.
What do you think, Jared?
I think so.
All right, that'll work. So our story takes place, now that we have the introductions out of the way, our story takes place not far from Macross Island. And this is knowledge and information just for those of you who are at home, but not necessarily for the characters. So our story takes place in around January or February of the year 2009. And at the time, this was about 9 years after the SDF-1 was actually being re-engineered by members of UN Spacey, re-engineered to fight a battle against the Zentradi. Of course, the Zentradi at this point are a group of aliens about 50 feet tall who are bent on invading the Earth on a quest for the flower of life and protoculture. But at this point, that's not really something that our characters need to know, but it's just a little bit of background. And so for the last 10 years, the UN Spacey has been developing a transformable fighter jet called the Veritech. And the Veritech transforms between fighter mode and something called Battloid mode, essentially a large robot. In between these two modes, we have what is called Guardian mode, which is half Battloid, half fighter. And so to give you an idea of what these jets look like, what these robots look like, here is an image of the fighter jet which we will be using tonight. The VF-1T. The T stands for trainer. This is a two-seater carrier-based strike fighter and Battloid built by a company called Rockwell Bell. It seats two, the pilot and the Rio, the radar intercept officer. Each engine gives about 20,000 pounds of static thrust. On the right there, you will see the stats that we're going to be using for our Cypher System game tonight. So we have adapted the Battloid, the VF-1T, for use here in our game. And just to be a little bit more specific about the rules that we're going to be using tonight, we are actually going to be using a combination of Cypher System rules and the Stars Are Fire, which is a add-on module, a science fiction add-on module for the Cypher System. So we'll be combining the vehicular combat rules to use for that. So we're going to be kind of winging it, just so that you know. We're going to be kind of winging it. The object of tonight's game is just to have a lot of fun. We're not going to be too strict on the rules. We're just going to have a lot of fun and see what happens when we mash up these two sides. So here's what we're going to do. We have two carriers and two different squads on each carrier. I'm going to put... I have to look at your call signs. I'm going to put Microburst and Aragorn on the Daedalus, which is about 200 miles off the coast of Macross Island. I'm going to put Resync and Jedi on the Prometheus, which is not too far off, another few hundred miles off of Macross Island. So we're going to start the game in media res, meaning we're going to start the game just as the action is starting. So I am going to put... Uh-oh, we lost Jared. I'm going to...
He must have been shot out of the sky.
I guess he was already shot out of the sky.
Oh, this escalates really fast.
I know. That's too bad. I feel
So
awful
much for
about
not wanting to kill anybody, Matt.
Yeah, I know. I was trying my best, but unfortunately I just had to do it. So we're going to start off with... let's go with Microburst and Aragorn. You are out on a standard patrol about 200 miles off the, we'll say, to the south of the Daedalus. When you get a beep over your comms, and this is actually the CATCC, Communications and Radar Officer. Microburst, come in, please. Microburst.
Go ahead, Tower.
Microburst, we show on radar about 50 miles to your north an unidentified bogey. Can you identify for us? Over.
Roger that. We'll check it out. Grandpa, get on that. What do you see?
Who is Grandpa?
Grandpa is he is my Rio sitting in the back of my Veritech here.
Mm-hmm.
And where did Grandpa go? There he is. He's a rather new addition to the UN Spacey, but he's a very smart kind of scientist kind of guy who didn't have much to do here on Macross Island while with everything getting finished up. So he decided to join up to get a chance to hopefully go to space. And he's older than all the cadets, but not really that old. And everyone calls him Grandpa. But he's got this kind of doddering, chill way about him that has maybe frustrated some of his superiors.
Got it. So on your wing would be your wingman, who we know now as Aragorn. Aragorn, do you have a Rio, a co-pilot, which you would like to tell us about?
Yes, my Rio, his name is Neo, actually.
All right. Aragorn and Neo. This is actually perfect. Okay,
that
got it.
That worked out really well.
Yeah.
Neo is a fresh young cadet out of the squad. He's wet behind the ears. I'm trying to train him in the ways of the Force.
Got it.
And trying to show him the ways.
Perfect. All right, so let's have Grandpa make a roll, and that means James. Check your radar and see what you see 50 miles to the north.
Okay. Grandpa turns his attention to it. All right, yeah, see what we got here. I think something's blipping on here. They said that right, but I don't know does this have a zoom I could.
Is there anything you want to do? Is there anything you want to do in order to ease the task difficulty for this?
Grandpa turns the knob to zoom into the place of the 50-mile area that the tower indicated.
Works perfect.
And he uses the grid lines that are on the scope. And really, that's it.
Excellent.
So I bet he's eased it by one.
I was going to say, I will ease it by one for that riveting description of what Grandpa's doing.
Grandpa is also taking his time with it. So he's spending a little extra time to do that, which might be worth something. He's being, I don't know, but I rolled a 12.
Rolling a 12, you do indeed identify one bogey, which is now closing, and it's more like 40 miles at this point, north of the two of you. And it's coming in fast. It's low to the ocean, to the Pacific.
What kind of vector, like heading towards Macross, heading towards Daedalus?
It looks like it's heading actually toward Daedalus, as a matter of fact. And what you're aware of is that recently in the mission briefing that you got in the morning, there has been a lot of enemy activity, meaning the enemy, a nearby unfriendly foreign nation has been buzzing the beaches, which is to say about 100, 150 miles out, a little bit closer than they should be. And so this is, for you, it's not something completely unsurprising, but it may be a little bit of trouble.
And it doesn't seem like it's much closer than it had been. It's kind of might be, or at least they're coming probably closer to any of our forces than they have before. So, okay. I'm going to just hear that back from Grandpa and call out, I got to say it, Aragorn. Sorry.
Aragorn.
I was mixing so many genres.
That's all right. It's a mashup tonight. Who knows how many different things we're going to put in here. We have Matrix, we have Lord of the Rings, we have Robotech, and we have Top Gun. So, hey.
All right, Grandpa, you work with Neo there. Aragorn, I'm going up. He's really low. He's real low to the water.
So, Aragorn.
All right.
Aragorn.
I'm going to fly up to kind of get a bird's eye view.
So are you actually going up to get a better look down on what you're seeing below?
Yeah, I want to go. It's kind of my speed. That's my style. I like being up in the clouds and coming down on stuff.
And so Aragorn, as a wingman, what do you think you're going to do?
I'm going to follow him on his tail.
Got it. being a good wingman, and staying right behind him. That's perfect.
I don't know if we've learned about jet wash yet. That might. I'm just
kidding. Don't worry. I'm planning on bringing jet wash in a little bit later. So as this is happening, the two of you start climbing up into the sky, and as you're climbing, you start to get. I'm so sorry to tell you, Aragorn. It's a little bit of an intense climb, and you're starting to feel some of the effects of it. Actually, you having been one of the old... Well, you know what? Let me actually find out about this. How old is your character, Aragorn?
44.
I like that. That's a very specific number. How old is Grandpa?
42.
You're feeling the effects. You can kind of feel the effects as you start to climb, and with that, you're getting a warning light flashing on your cockpit control panel. Do me a favor, Aragorn, and make a roll. Do you have a D20 there? I know you're rolling on your computer.
A D20. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
And if you'll hold on for 1 second, I'm going to explain the rules to our viewers at home. So the rules here are really simple. What we basically do is we choose a stat, meaning might, speed, or intellect, that is relevant to the task. And I choose a task difficulty on a scale of 1 to 10. Then I take that number and I multiply that number from 1 to 10 by 3. So if I choose 2 as the difficulty, then the difficulty, or I should say that the target number becomes 6. That means that Aragorn is going to have to roll a 6 or better on a D20 in order to succeed at the task. Now, he may choose to do a few things to ease the task level, but basically that's the way that the system works. So, Aragorn, is there something you want to do? Is there a control you want to use? Is there a skill or ability you want to use?
Yes.
Go ahead.
I'm going to try and slowly level off and basically use my inner workings and experience of relaxing and taking deep breaths to bring in the oxygen into my body to help stabilize and
to help control, because you're going to become one with the protoculture system. So we should add that the Veritech is run on protoculture, and it kind of forms this bond between the pilot and actually the machine itself.
Yeah, let the machine take over my body.
Okay, perfect. So go ahead and make your roll.
All right. It is 11.
11. That's more than enough. The one bogey that looked like a dark shadow that's now 30 miles away from you splits into 2. One was hiding underneath the other, and this is a standard tactic that's often used by fighters in order to hide their signature on radar. But that one has now turned into 2. And they're speeding towards you. But they're not actually coming after you, even though you've climbed in order to get a better look at what's going on from above. They've now lowered themselves. They've dropped in altitude, and they're actually lower towards the ocean. And it looks like they're heading in toward the Daedalus.
So I'm going to... Grandpa, want to come with me? We got to go check out to see what these guys are headed to.
Well, I'm looking at. I mean, they're heading that way. I can see it. It's on. Whoop, whoop, it's going around.
Do you think we should send our?
What is Microburst? The problem is that Microburst is in charge. What is Microburst doing? I like how.
What is Micro?
I'll butt in. I'm piloting here. I'm in charge of this ship.
All right, Microburst, what do you think? Should we go back and protect our ship, or go ahead and try and figure out what the hell's going on?
I'm going down to engage. Call back to the Daedalus.
All right, I'm following you.
So
Let's
boom.
do this. I'm gonna roll over 180 degrees and go come down like that.
And then just roar
nice.
down. Okay, that works for me. So do me a favor, and so if you're actually making a roll here, are you attempting to just sort of intercept these two, or are you attempting to like make some sort of a combat maneuver?
I want to close the distance.
Yeah.
Get a good intercept course and get in range and just try and lock as soon as I can to try and get visual or some identification.
So as you do so, the two of you make, and of course being a good wingman, Aragorn stays right there on your tail, and you do a 180, and then you come about. And as you see, I've got bad news for you. It's not 2 fighters. The 2 fighters are now 3.
3?
And they are closing fast. They're ignoring you, and they're going right straight for the Daedalus.
I just immediately come back to Daedalus. We got 3 bogeys. They're coming straight in, close to the water.
Say again, Microburst.
3 bogeys, Daedalus.
3 bogeys?
They're how far off the water are they? Like 50 feet or some crazy
I'll say they're 100 feet off.
They're 100 feet off the water. There's 3, but they split out. Here they come.
So they're shooting forward, making their way toward the Daedalus at this moment. On board the Daedalus, what you don't know is that the squad skipper on board has radioed to the Prometheus. And let's cut to Resync and Jedi on board the Prometheus as they get the call to hop in their Veritex and go. So the two of you, we're going to start you out sitting in your Veritex on the catapult launch system, ready to go. You get the signal to launch, and then with that, your 2 Veritex are launched off the deck, and you are out and in the air and on your way to assist at this point. So you're about 100 miles out, and checking your radar, that's out of radar range, but you do have the coordinates where you are headed to intercept. Is there anything you want to do to get yourselves there, or anything to prep, or anything you want to be sort of ready for? And you have the full lowdown in the description on what has just occurred.
Hey, Jedi, you take point, I'll take wing.
You got it.
How apparently the Daedalus may be under a little bit of an attack. How are we going to get there quicker?
Let's just go full throttle.
All right, full throttle.
Burn all the power there.
So
I'll stay on your tail. I'll stay on your tail and to your starboard.
I was actually waiting. You know what I was hoping you were going to do, Jared? I was hoping
What?
you were going to do the red line maneuver. I was just like so hoping so that we could sort of introduce it.
I had forgotten about that. I'm sorry. Let's do that.
No, do you want to do that?
Yeah,
You
absolutely.
don't have to.
No. Let's do it. I
Okay.
forgot about that. I'm sorry.
No. It's all right.
Been a long day.
So for those of you that are watching at home, a red line maneuver is a maneuver in which for 1 XP, and I started the game off by giving everybody 4 XP, but in which you spend 1 XP in order to ease the task for everybody through the rest of the combat by 1. Now, this sounds really great. It sounds really great to spend 1 XP and to ease the task automatically, but with this redlining, there comes a trade-off. And the trade-off is that a Game Master intrusion, a GM intrusion, instead of being a 1, changes to a 3. So on a roll of a 1, 2, or a 3, the GM can intrude and do his evil bidding, whatever he wants to do. So you're gonna redline, Jared?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Actually, Jedi. Why don't you pull back on that red line? I can go ahead and run it. Anytime I spend an experience, I get a bonus of 3 on my die with the luck.
Oh.
Nice.
And you explain this over communications channel that you get a bonus.
Well, that's true. I guess
I'm rolling my die here, and
don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I got a good feeling about it.
Sounds good.
Well,
right,
you can
I'm
still
gonna go ahead and
spend.
take point.
I can still be lead, but you can spend the experience point. That's all.
Okay.
I like how Jared wants to keep his lead.
I'm not all caught up in this whole who's in first thing. All right, I'm going to go ahead and roll my die.
Yeah, go right ahead.
And with the +3, I got an 18. 15 plus 3.
Okay. So you got an 18. So we're going to say that you guys managed to sort of hit the afterburners, and then you hit the deck, and then you fire out toward wherever this is actually happening. And now you're closing the distance, and you're something like 80 miles out. So at this point, they're still out of range, both on radar and visual. Let's go back to, I keep having to look, Microburst and Aragorn. So the two of you have just done your 180. You've swung around, and now you're probably about 30 miles out. And it looks like these guys, the 3 of them, are pulling out and pulling off and away from the Daedalus. And they literally just, 30 miles to us on the ground seems like it's really far away, but if you're in a fighter jet, that's actually really close. It's actually dangerously close. And they buzz the Daedalus as they go by, probably causing several officers on board to spill their coffee all over their shirt or something like that. I don't know. Just an idea I had in my mind. And then so as this happens, there's a ton of radio chatter. Everybody's nervous. Everybody on board the Daedalus is running to their, to war positions, to fighting positions, combat positions, trying to get into place. And they're trying to get somebody up in the air, but from where you're at and the chatter that you hear, it sounds like the catapults are out of commission and they're not able to put anyone up. And you can't say that that's cheesy because Top Gun used it. So
Yes,
if they can use it, I can use it. And that was a funny thing, is they said both catapults are out, but there are like 4 catapults on a carrier, but they're like both of them are out. What? But anyway, both catapults are out on the poor Daedalus. So at this point, you're the best they've got up there right now. And because they've buzzed, you're getting kind of nervous. And they keep going out.
Anything on the radar, or did anything drop from the planes?
Watching it, no. It didn't look like anything dropped. And that isn't exactly surprising, just sort of given the fact that there's such tension right now between the two sides.
Anything on the scanner?
So looking at your radar, you get nothing dropped, but it looks like it's just those 3 that are causing all the trouble.
Daedalus, you get any visual on that? What's going on in there? Grandpa, get on that too.
Daedalus gets back to you, and they tell you, your communications officer basically tells both of you, Aragorn and Microburst, that it looks like they're trying to shake the windows and rattle the screen doors on board their ship. And they think it's just sort of a posturing maneuver, but they're not really sure, and they want you to escort these fighters out of this area and get them someplace else. Just get them out of here. You don't have permission to engage just yet, but they want you to, unless you're fired upon, but they want you to get rid of these guys.
Microburst, over.
Yeah, I got you.
What do you think is going on? You think they're trying to tangle our communication lines or trying to get some data off the data list?
Must be that or some diversion. Drawing
Yeah,
us out.
I feel they're trying to shake us up because this is just a decoy into something bigger coming up soon.
Well, maybe we can rattle them. Let's hit it.
Do you think we should arm our cannons to get
Absolutely.
them a little show of
Light
force?
them up.
All right,
Light 'em
so
up.
that's a great cue to go back to our Veritech specs. So what I want to show everybody sitting at home is that for the sake of simplicity in tonight's adventure, we have narrowed down the weapon systems on the Veritech to 3 things. The head lasers, which do very light damage, only 1 point. We have a gun pod, the GU-11 gun pod, which does 2 points of damage. And then I've kind of made a bit of an executive decision here. A missile load that the Veritech is carrying are 8 plasma missiles that do 4 points of damage, and 4 reflex missiles that do 6 points of damage. And I don't want to bog things down or slow things down too much. So in the spirit of Robotech and in the spirit of Top Gun, most likely 1 hit is going to be 1 kill. Not necessarily, but most of the time 1 hit is going to be 1 kill. And it's going to be more sort of a question of whether or not those missiles actually hit. So the 2 of you arm your laser cannon, your gun pod, and you ready your missiles, and you move in and go after these 3, which are now actually heading out and away from the Daedalus. And so with that, let's cut back to Resync and Jedi, who are probably 30 or 40 miles out just for the sake of fun and excitement. You are close by now, and you've just sort of gotten the tail end of this. So you've gotten the 3 as they buzzed past the Daedalus, and you see, and you might not know, but you see Microburst and Aragorn as they swing around to go after these 3 bogeys. What are you up to?
We'll give them a call. Microburst, this is Fire Squadron. We're coming in on your starboard.
We see you there. We're coming after these guys. We're going to light it up.
Excellent. That was our plan too. Light them up and scare them off.
As you're saying this, your communications officer from the Daedalus comes online. Do not engage unless fired upon. Repeat, do not engage unless fired upon. You are to escort these 3 out and away from Daedalus to safer waters. Understood?
Daedalus, say again. Why? What? They're coming right after Daedalus. What are we doing? What's going on?
I am under orders, and I have been told by our skipper that you are not to fire unless you are fired upon. Do not initiate combat. Repeat, do not initiate combat.
Roger that, Daedalus. Do you ID these bogeys or what?
So he gives you the ID on them, and as expected, they are 3 enemy fighters from a nearby foreign country which shall go nameless, but just simply one in which the Japan has been having conflicts with as of late, or as of 2009. And I guess you can actually fill in the blanks if you want, now that I think about it. So that's what they give you. So the 4 of you now, the 3 are heading back out over the ocean, but you sort of get the impression that they're going to swing back around and maybe cause a little bit more trouble at this point.
I'll flip to just our kind of wing comms so we can hear it and just say, all right, we can't shoot them, but I guess we can scare them.
Yeah,
So
we should
what
get
question-
radar lock.
Aragorn, what's the question?
I'm worried about is
Mhm.
this is just a decoy and we're going away from our ship. don't you think maybe somebody might have to stay back just to secure the ship while the rest of us are trying to scare these people off?
That's a negatory, Aragorn. You know we got to stay in pairs. And we either keep 2 of us back or we all 4 escort. And I think we're going to need all 4 to escort these guys
All 4.
out.
Makes
Well,
sense.
we tagged these guys first, so, and we're ordered to escort them, so I'm going for it.
All right.
I'm
I'll follow you.
slam my throttle up there.
I got you back. I got you back.
Jedi.
Right on, Aragorn.
Absolutely, we're sticking right with them.
Okay,
Matt,
so
are they a
Line it
lower
up,
tech
line it up,
vehicle?
boys.
I like how
Line it up.
all of this chatter is so confusing for me right now. I'm trying to listen, but I like it. I wish, it'd be cool. What I wish we could do, the cool thing for you, I wish we could do this for the viewers. So Zoom has breakout rooms. It would be so funny if I could put like each pair of you in breakout rooms, and you could both kind of we could broadcast both. And I could listen in, and then we could kind of organize. That would actually be really cool. I got to figure out a way to do that. I'm sorry. Someone was asking. Oh, go ahead, Larry.
I was just going to say, but then that would mean that we wouldn't be able to communicate with each other.
Now you're asking Zoom questions crossed with Robotech.
Next gen streaming tech.
I know, no kidding. When we're actually riding in VF1Ts.
Manufactured Myth and Legend Domains flagship product.
Right.
Riding dirty.
It's the actual thing. Okay, so at any rate, the 3 start swinging back around, and at this point, what I'm going to need everybody to do is roll for initiative. And to let the viewers at home know, I'm using the simple rules for initiative and engagement here. Basically, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the level of the enemy, and I'm going to compare that to the highest roll that all 4 of these fellows get. And then if someone rolls higher than the enemy, all 4 will go first, and then the bad guy will go after that. And if nobody rolls above the bad guy, then I'm going to have the bad guys go first. So give me your rolls, gentlemen.
14.
All right.
Ooh, 6.
Okay.
12.
12.
Oh, I had a 9. Sorry. This die is whack.
9, even worse.
Mm-hmm. Hey, no, I had a 6.
Yeah, that's true. Jared?
14 for me, but I'm also trained in initiative.
Oh, so that eases the task, right?
Yes.
So that actually increases it by 3. That would be. So it looks like this band of 4 fighters has the initiative on these 2, and they are burning away from you pretty fast, but it looks like they're turning and heading back toward the Daedalus at this point. So it's up to you how you want to do this.
Daedalus looks like they're heading back. Are we allowed to engage yet?
Do not engage unless fired upon. Do not fire unless fired upon.
Jedi, just put us between them and the Daedalus.
All right.
We'll got your back.
All right. Let's do an intercept move. Try to put in between.
Oh, okay. Wait. Intercept move. This sounds to me like redlining.
Great.
This sounds dangerous.
Sure does.
I'm just itching to use this rule.
Yeah,
I'm
do
really,
it.
really itching to use this. Is now the time? We don't have to, but this seems to me, if you're going to try and, say, swing out around them and then intercept them and then get between them and the Daedalus,
Yes.
that sounds kind of dangerous, like with 7 fighters in the air.
Let's do it.
And I want to remind
Good, guys.
Go ahead.
That's what I act on, Matt. I rely on luck. I am full throttle.
Well, I'd like to take this moment now, however, to let the viewers know at home, okay? I want everyone to know something. I want to warn all of you that this actual play contains extremely dangerous air combat maneuvers performed by trained role-playing professionals. So absolutely no special effects or camera trickery have been employed in this game, but under no circumstances should you attempt this style of role play at home, right? So as I was saying before, redlining is a very dangerous maneuver here. So please, we're trained professionals, except for Prakash. We know what we're doing. Prakash is proceeding from the ignorance is bliss sort of school of thought, right? So he has no idea how dangerous this is. So we are redlining. Does somebody want to spend XP?
I've already spent that point. All right, who's spending it this time?
How about we have Prakash? Because Prakash, we'll have Prakash. You're going to spend 1 XP.
Good job.
All right. So that means that all tasks for everybody from this point on are going to be eased by 1. However, the trade-off is that I can get an intrusion on a 1, 2, or a 3 roll. Okay. So who's going first to do this intercept?
Oh, I'm definitely going first.
What are you doing? Describe it to me.
I'm gonna bank with them, duck low, and then pop up front. Pop up right in front of them.
Oh, you're going underneath them. All right. This sounds super dangerous, so go ahead and do it. Remember, don't do this at home, ladies and gentlemen. We are professionals.
That's right. All right. So I am specialized in piloting my Veritech.
Okay, so it's eased automatically just because you've redlined, but you're specialized.
Yeah. So that's 2.
Yeah.
So 3 total.
Well, we'll say that you can get up to 4. Okay. Oh, it's 2. Oh, you're specialized. Okay, got it. Got it. Right. Yep. Keep going. Right. Keep going. Okay. Is there something else you want to do?
And then I'll go ahead and throw a point of effort in there.
Got it.
Level of effort.
Yep.
That's good. Natural 20.
Natural 20, ladies and gentlemen. What
wow,
a
he's
roll.
redlining.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, did I not tell you that we are trained professionals? So on the roll of a natural 20, actually what ends up happening is that the player gets a major effect. How do you want to play this major effect?
Oh, that's easy. It's the obvious one in the book.
Mm-hmm.
You go down, you go up, you go over them in a barrel roll because now you're inverted over them.
Yes.
You take your pictures, and then I come back down in front of them.
He's going to be inverted.
I have to go inverted.
So you're going to go inverted.
I have to go inverted.
Okay.
No one will believe you.
No one's going to believe you. I hope somebody has a Polaroid. I hope like your Rio has a Polaroid camera in the back. See, does your Rio have a Polaroid camera in the back? So for the sake of fun, we will say that is indeed what he ends up doing. And Jedi brings his fighter, his VF, around and doesn't just get up in front of them, but he gets on top of them as he comes up. And in the film, it looks like he's about 2 meters away. However, if that actually happened in real life, that would mean that the rear stabilizers would be like smacking up against each other. I'm going to say that you're 3 meters away.
Well, he's in a Robotech ship. I mean, that's
right. True, right?
Technology.
Yes, prototechnology. Yes, protoculture, robotechnology could hand it. Okay, so at that point, you've scared this guy. You've scared one of them down and out a little bit, and he breaks formation. And so now it's just the 2 heading towards the Daedalus, and then it's this guy that is just like sort of gone with his tail between his legs, and he's hightailing it in another direction. Who's up next? Who wants to go next? We got 2 more fighters in there closing on the Daedalus.
Full throttle. I already said I was full throttle, so I'm going to do the same. I was following, and then I broke off as he did his maneuver, as Jedi did his maneuver. Mm-hmm. I myself am going to actually kind of come a more gradual bank up and try and place myself directly in front of one of the jets heading to the Daedalus.
Excellent.
I'm going to try and utilize my jet wash to throw him off course.
Okay, let me ask. Hold on a second. So now, what you're doing here is automatically, because we're redlining it, the task is eased by 1, but you're going to try and utilize the jet wash. I'll count that as an asset.
Okay.
And then you can put
going to expend effort.
Effort. And you have any skills or abilities you want to apply here?
Not that can apply here. Most of my skills are melee.
So. Yeah, no problem.
All right, here goes. And a 13.
13. It's close. And it's close, but you end up doing it. And as a matter of fact, it's almost a little bit too good. And when you cut down and in front, it does get caught. The enemy fighter does get caught in your jet wash. And for a moment, you've got this feeling of kind of victory. But then what happens is the plane goes into a bit of a, like it jigs a little left and then a little bit right, as if it kind of lost control. And so close to the ocean, it actually gives you kind of a like a chill down your spine, because you hadn't meant to knock it out of the sky. But, you know, if you were up at a higher altitude, it might not make a difference, but down here so low, and it comes real close to the water, but just barely stays above it. And then at that point, it sort of eases off just a bit, but it doesn't go off as aggressively as that very first one that Jedi went after did. Who wants to go next?
All right, one more bogey. We got two.
You got
I'll
one
go
more
for it.
left. Okay.
Yeah. Aragorn, you're with me. We're gonna hit it. Ready?
Let's do it.
All right.
Come on.
I slam my afterburners.
Got it.
And
I'm going to say that the tasks are eased by one because of this. And also, if you're going to have an assist, that automatically just eases another one. So go ahead.
Great. So I'm down low, way low towards the water, and I'm
Okay.
coming up on them, and I want to get so I'm right under them, and then do one of these loops up and over, right around the top of them.
All right.
Just
I go
a total intimidation move.
Can
Aragorn?
go. So there's a maneuver called a headbutt move. I'm gonna follow you up and then use the wake of our two jets to shake them up.
Yeah.
And 1-2 punch.
All right. I like this. So are you going to come in first, maybe? So then in that case, I guess Microburst is coming in first, and then Aragorn, you're coming in second, like right afterward with the assist on the back end.
Right.
And you're doing the headbutt.
Exactly.
maneuver.
With like
Okay.
just a,
Okay, cool.
Exactly.
Got it. All right. So why don't we for this, let's get the first roll with Microburst as he sort of goes over the top. So go ahead and give us that roll. It's already.
It's already down. What, 2?
I thought it was 3, but for the
Right.
sake of fun, it's 3. Why not?
All right. I'm gonna put some effort into this, because I'm wanting to be. These guys just like showed everybody up with some hot moves.
Yeah.
I want to put it out there too.
Yeah.
The best of the best.
Yep. I am also trained in piloting a Veritech.
Got it.
Jedi specialized.
I know. Fancy pants. Is that your call sign?
Fancy fan. Hey, cut the chatter.
16.
The tower comes back. Oh, easily. Easily. So you're
I
able
put
to
a little flair on it too.
Yeah, and
I might
you
put
get
one
him,
little roll up at the top.
You get him off course, and he is like off on his own. And now Aragorn, it's up to you to kind of. He's off course, but you kind of saw what was about to happen. You two have worked together before, and you know where he was. You know exactly where Microburst was going to send this guy. And so Aragorn, why don't you go ahead in there and finish him off? Go ahead and roll a d20. And now before you do though, we can go. So just so that. You know, and so everyone at home knows, you can ease the difficulty of the task by giving me ideas about what you're doing, by using an asset, and by using something like some effort. Okay, so you can use a skill or ability, use an asset, or use effort. I suggest that you expend effort, first of all. That should be easy for you to do. Okay. And so that brings it to 2. Do you have some sort of an ability or a skill? You must have a Veritech piloting skill, I'm sure.
Yes.
Okay.
Able to have a premonition of what could happen.
I like this again.
Try and predict different maneuvers and the probability that this maneuver will come up with this outcome.
I like it. Again, again, the protocultural system is a very organic system that works together with the pilot. So all of this stuff is very possible. Go ahead and make your roll, Aragorn.
18.
Nice. You guys are you really are the Top Gun crew. These are some good rolls. So you're able, I'm sorry, I almost called you Prakash instead of calling you Aragorn. Aragorn, you're able to, again, give that, tell us what the headbutt maneuver looks like so that we kind of know what this is.
So basically it's more of you try to get in front of the plane and then use the wake of my jet fuels to basically shake them, and you bring them up, and it's just like, because the wind just rattles them and gets them out of the sky, almost like a free fall.
I like it. Okay, and so with that, you put essentially the finishing move on this third fighter, and you shake it and rattle it almost out of the sky. And again, you're kind of filled with that sort of, first, that feeling of elation because you've just knocked this thing out, and you've done so in a way that wasn't, that was harmless and yet kind of got your point across. But then you suddenly feel that kind of chill in your spine as in your wake, it drops towards the ocean and it dips pretty darn low. So at this point, the three of them break off and head out. They've kind of had enough. At least it appears that way.
I got a free ticket to the show. Chair show.
So, do you want to pursue them out?
I think we have made our point, gentlemen, and I think, watch them for a few more clicks, and if they continue to go, then we head back to the ship. What do you guys think? Over.
I'm going to call it in. Prometheus, this is Fire Squadron. Bogey seemed to be bugging out. Permission to follow.
Permission granted. Please follow them to at least 200 miles off. 200 miles. Over.
Roger, Prometheus.
I got your wing, Jedi. Let's go.
There's your answer.
So, when you end up calling back, it would be standard procedure, and you would get this, Microburst and Aragorn. 200 miles is a comfortable distance between enemy fighters and an aircraft carrier. And so they're going to ask you to escort them out. And the three are heading out over the water for a while. And they're almost...
So how far away from...
Go ahead.
How far are we from the Daedalus at this time?
So you're slowly making your way away. First, you're 40 miles. Then you're then you're 50 miles. But then at 50 miles, something happens, and the three of them break in a starburst maneuver, heading up, the center one up, and the other two outward. And they're turning back and almost moving over you right now. So if you would like to re-engage, we're going to have to roll for initiative one more time. Or if you'd like to do something else.
Resync, let's re-engage.
Re-engage. Fire them up.
And I assume, Microburst, you're doing this as well?
Yeah, I'm caught up.
All right.
These guys are coming back.
Everybody, yeah.
Just as we're like gearing into that, to just call back the Daedalus real fast. Like, we're going to take the action now, but call back. They're returning. We need rules of engagement here.
Do not fire unless fired upon.
We got to get these guys to shoot us.
Yep, that's it, Microburst. You got it. We've got to make the guys angry.
We've got to bait them into shooting us so that we can kill them.
You think we can shoot out flares at them?
Fire one Jedi. Let's engage. I'll stay on your wing.
All right.
So
let's throw some flares at them.
All right.
So with that, the 3 go up, they go out. Go ahead and roll for initiative. And I'm going to remind everybody that you redlined on the last round, or I should say you redlined in the last combat, but because you're rolling for initiative again, we're going to reset and there's no more redlining. So if you want to redline, you're going to have to burn 1 more XP.
So you haven't bled enough of our experience, I understand.
Yeah, that's basically it. It's a one-shot. You guys aren't going to use this again.
I'm pretty hyped up on this. I'm redlining on it. I want to get it moving.
Yeah, all right.
Oh,
so
Jedi, I'm sorry. I got a 4 on my initiative.
4.
Yeah.
I got a 3.
3.
We haven't redlined yet, so stop.
No,
Oh,
I think Jedi. I got a 4. Really? Oh,
4.
2. I
Nice
like
job,
Top
team.
Guns.
I hit my throttle and everything just shakes.
what the heck
I'll put my
happened?
air brakes
Grandpa, what's
on.
going on?
Air brakes.
So, so I take it though, you did redline, right, Microburst?
Yes. Actually, I'm going to do this.
Yeah.
I flipped into Guardian by mistake.
Okay. So, just to let everybody at home know, when Microburst mentions Guardian mode, so every Veritech has basically 3 modes, and unfortunately I didn't get a picture of that 3rd mode, but if you look on the right, you'll see that that's Battloid mode. That's basically the robot mode. And then on the left, you'll see the fighter mode, which is the standard way that we see most, fighter jets, obviously. Guardian mode is halfway between the two. The two legs actually fold down. The arms come out. Oh my goodness! Hold on. Let me go back to our overlay. So if you take a look, you can see Jared's holding up Guardian mode right now. It looks like a walking jet plane with 2 arms. So James, or I'm sorry, Microburst, you're flipping into Guardian mode. Whoosh.
Yep. I'm like going to crank my throttle and try to get this utmost speed and red line, and just the bottom legs drop, and I just...
And so you're like floating along, you're jetting along the ocean at this point.
Yeah.
Got it. So that's about all that any of you can do, because the 3 of them split up and they start going into 3 different directions. So at this point, you're going to have to figure out, there are 4 of you, you're going to have to figure out where the heck you're going. So just for the sake of a quick combat here in Theater of the Mind, I'm going to say that 1 is going west, 1 is going south, and 1 is going east. Okay, so this is just for Theater of the Mind. It's an abstract idea so that we can all kind of keep track of where things are at the moment.
Which direction from us are the carriers?
We'll say that the carriers are south. So basically, it kind of looks like it's a pincer maneuver where like the guy going south is going directly to the carrier. The guy going west and the guy going east are probably going to circle around and go to the carrier as well.
Okay.
I want to bark back to Daedalus. Did you get those catapults fixed yet? They're coming straight for it. We're gonna pull to the east and try and cut them off.
And as if on cue, before you even finish your question, you can see on the horizon 2 more VFs being catapulted off the Daedalus. They are coming, and you can see another 2 getting racked in place like dominoes for another launch, and that launch is probably coming in a couple minutes. So there are 2 more Veritechs coming out to help you guys right now.
Resync. I say we go south. Any way you can jam them? Hack their system?
Good
Well,
plan.
I could
Maybe
try. I
go
can't
north?
hack the system while I'm on the flight stick, but I could try and get my my Rio involved. So I'll call back to Medea, who's riding
Got it?
doing the Rio, see if she can actually hack in using the cipher that I took, which essentially is it's a cell phone, but it's a custom app that can try and broadcast to try and infiltrate any sort of radio signals, or excuse me, wireless signals.
So we'll just call this, instead of a cell phone, and it doesn't really matter, we'll just reskin it and say it's something in the cockpit, right? So she uses it to hack in and work that out. That's totally fine. That works for me. However, I want to what we'll say here is this. Because they won the initiative, I'm going to say they used their initiative to just afterburn forward and start going towards the data list. Now we're sort of like on your turn now. So we're at the bottom half of the round, right? So is that how you're going to spend your bottom half of the round, is getting this, is hacking into one of their systems?
Yeah, but I imagine we're going to have to get closer if they've maintained some distance. So, I mean, as regards...
I'll give it to you for fun. I'll give it to you. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. We're gonna try and hack in.
Are you going for this? The guy going south?
We said south, right? Jedi?
Yep, we said south.
Okay, so I'm gonna write that down. So Jedi and Resync are going south. Who's going west or east? Aragorn and
I was kind of thinking east, but I'm open. I've kind of lost the lead a little bit.
Let's do east, Microburst.
East?
Yeah.
Okay. So we have Micro and we have Aragorn going east. So let's just sort of continue here. What are you up to at this point, Jedi? So
leading the chase to go after the guy going south, hopefully close the distance, radar lock, that kind of thing.
Okay, so maybe you're going to put your effort or I should say not cipher effort, but you're going to put your focus just on catching up. Okay, so why don't we go ahead and make a roll for hacking Resync and tell me exactly what you're doing. What's the intent here?
The intent is to try and penetrate at least the communication system, try and get some information back. Plus, if I spend an intellect point, and actually no, I can't because it's the wrong character that's actually doing it. It's my Rio. So mainly the communication system. Try and get some intel.
Okay, yeah, go ahead and make your roll and let me know if you want to do anything to ease the task at all and all of that.
Not at this time.
Okay, all right, go ahead and make
your roll. I am spending cipher. Ooh,
what?
Natural 20. I had a 20.
Oh my gosh. I like how you corrected yourself. You're like, I am going to spend natural 20, so I'm not.
No. I didn't say anything about effort.
It's fine. It's a Friday night one shot. It's all good. We're just having fun. Natural 20. What do you want to know?
Essentially, I'm trying to extract language. I'm trying to extract data on them communicating to one another as regards where they're going, what their ultimate mission is, anything that I can gather.
So what you're getting out of this is that, taking a look, they were told to cause as much trouble as possible, and you get a lot of laughing on the comm, and you get like, basically, these guys are just here they're like flies buzzing around a horse. They're just here to bug the data list.
No central purpose, no Machiavel in the background stating you must do this for whomever.
For Empire and for
Come on, I rolled a 20.
Unfortunately, I'm giving you that. There's nothing more sinister there except for that. I will say this, you have the chance to communicate with them if you want. Let's just say that.
Let me think on that.
Okay. And you might be able to, well, we'll talk about that in a moment. So let's go to Aragorn and to Microburst. So you guys are going towards the east. What do you want to do specifically with this guy on your turn?
Where are we located to in regards to how far we are to the fighter pilot?
You are, I'm going to just say 5 miles, probably outside. I mean, you guys are close.
Are we above them, below him?
Oh, well, we can say that you're directly behind them and maybe a little bit above to kind of watch them. But they had actually, done a starburst maneuver and they were coming from the top. So now you guys are I had assumed you were kind of rising above them so you can kind of have a good sight on them.
Microburst, what I was thinking, and let me know what you think, is I wanted to go above them and just go just a little bit in front and then shoot some flares to get into their line of sight to disrupt their view and maybe get them shaken.
Yeah. Provoke them. I'll try to find something to do too.
You guys are really, so are you trying to get them to shoot at you so you can shoot them?
Yeah.
Yes.
Totally.
You're like, God,
I'm gonna line it up.
They're like, they gotta shoot you first. They're like, all right, make them shoot us first.
I'm in a $50 million fighter jet only one time in my gaming experience. I want to shoot with this thing. I don't want to like.
I want to get back into robot mode.
Well, you can do that, but just so that you know, if you switch, it's going to slow you down. So right now, Micro is in Guardian mode, so he's like skimming, and I'm kind of playing with this a little bit because it's more fun this way. But he's kind of skimming ahead, and I'll say that he's going about the right speed and keeping up. So, what did you want to do with that, Micro? Just to see who's going to roll first here for actions.
I think I want Aragorn to go first, but
okay.
You said we're about 5 miles from the target.
Yeah, and kind of closing.
Something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think I have an idea for what I'm going to do, and I'd like Aragorn to, because he's probably going to do, or at least be flying fast and go for it. So I want to see what happens.
So Aragorn, go ahead and so first of all, Micro redlined, so the task is automatically eased by 1. Do you want to expend any effort?
Yes.
Okay, you'll spend effort, and then do you have a particular piloting skill? Well, I mean, you do have you have your combat piloting skill for this, so we'll use that. Is there anything else? Do you have what we need now is an asset, like something physical, something you can describe physically that will, the maneuver help you kind of do it.
So basically, my adrenaline is through the roof that I'm willing to go no guns, no glory, and basically wait for them to open up fire that I want to just like let my, how should I say, my anger out of them.
Yeah. And so you're going to drop flares like right in front of them.
Right in front of them, that they get all screwed up, that they start firing by mistake, and then I'm like, all right, done.
Okay.
Done.
All right, go ahead and make your roll.
8.
So you've eased the task, however, by 8, or I should say by 4. And 8 is a little bit low, but that actually kind of works, and you are able to get your flares off, but unfortunately it's not quite enough to provoke them into firing. But it is enough to sort of get the guy heading east to kind of go off a bit. What are you up to, Micro?
Okay, I'm going to hit my foot jets or my actual burners there to boost myself up up further.
Yeah.
And as I'm doing that, I'm switching to Battleoid.
Got it.
Even though I'm far away here.
That's okay.
And as I get into it, I'm going to flex out like this. And I'm going to have like all my missiles and everything like ready to rock. And then I'm going to like shoot off some of my smoke.
Pop smoke.
To make it look like something's happening.
Right.
Just be like,
you're really trying to provoke people at this point. Okay.
I'm trying to scare these guys away from my ships.
So you're going to automatically, the task is eased by 1 because we're redlining. Oh, and by the way, I wanted to add something here. I forgot to mention this. You can double redline.
Jeez, come on.
No, I'm serious. It eases the task by 2, and then it actually increases the risk of the Game Master's intrusion by 2 as well.
So 1 to 5.
1 to 5. And
double it.
I'm not saying that because I'm only saying that because I want you to use it at some point. But you don't have to.
That moment is not now.
Oh, okay. All right.
Because I'm going to double redline, and I'm going to do this, and then Matt's going to just be like, he flies towards the Daedalus.
Right.
And like nothing's going to happen.
Go ahead. Okay. So we've eased the task. We had the 1, and then you're going to ease the task with any effort or?
Yeah, Basically, I'm trying to apply effort to like make this a very showy, threatening maneuver.
Right.
Like,
and then the smoke.
and that's yeah.
Okay. So
just really your countermeasures.
Yeah, countermeasures, sure. Drop some chaff.
Son of a duck. It's a 3.
Oh,
Ladies and gentlemen.
There it is.
Ladies and gentlemen,
I sink into the great deep.
This, as a game master, I can't believe this has only happened an hour and 15 minutes into the game. I'm so happy. This is our first GM intrusion of the night because we are redlining. I've said this 85 times in the last 10 minutes, but redlining increases the GM intrusion number from 1
What color line is that? I forgot. What is
It's red.
Yeah, was it?
And it's a
Blue.
line.
It's blue.
And it's just been crossed. And so with that, my GM intrusion is this. You're in a flat spin.
Oh no.
As you start to switch modes and you go from basically from Guardian mode to Battleoid mode, when you... Oh, go ahead.
I'm gonna go.
GM intrusion. What color was that line again, Prakash? Red.
Really swinging it around right now.
So as you start to switch modes, you actually catch some heavy duty turbulence over your wings, and when that happens, you have a choice at a certain point to like switch to Battleoid mode, but unfortunately, the protoculture systems on board they kind of override things when they'll override decisions made by the pilot when it may be pilot error and may cause some sort of trouble. And they override you going into Battleoid mode, and they actually take you into fighter mode from Guardian mode. And the reason you realize that this happens, because the jet is now flying itself essentially, is that you've dropped like a rock towards the water. And in order to sort of catch some air, your wings actually move from being swept back, which is where they're normally at, to being full on projected outward in order to catch some air and keep you just a few feet above the surface. And you start to essentially almost spin at this point. It's like almost like if you were hitting the surface, you'd be like a rock, like a stone, a flat stone skipping across the water. And
as I'm struggling through it and trying to get control and rest this thing straight, I'm like, this human technology that Zorstech would never do. Talk to me, Grandpa.
Let's cut back.
I'm coming to help you.
Let's cut back for the moment. Let's go back to Jedi and Resync, who are going south. What are you two up to at this point? You're now on top of them.
I got a plan, but I'm willing to let you go if you want.
Okay, thanks, Jedi. All right. Yeah, call back to Medea. See if you can access the weapon system. Get them to fire a bird.
Go ahead and go ahead
Make him shoot you.
and
Nice.
make.
No. In fairness, the Rio, she has the fight dirty skill, so that probably would have occurred to her anyway.
Okay,
So.
all right. So the task is already eased because we're redlining.
Right.
She's got the skill, so that lowers it. Fighting dirty. Do you want to use effort?
Yeah, she can use effort.
Yeah. Anything else, or do you want to redline again?
Heck no. After that last roll, I don't want to end up like a stone on the water. All right. I'm going to go ahead and roll for her. And 11.
Just barely.
All right.
You're able
she
to
missed.
get in on those systems. However, she's not getting any good data back. That is not an easy thing to hack. She's getting more laughter, and she does have the specs on the fighter, but not access to firing.
Does she see on the specs like maybe a tiny exhaust port?
Yeah, but it's not much bigger than 2 meters.
Oh,
That'd be hard to hit.
Sorry,
oh, really?
Into the mix here, you know. So
I used to bullseye womp rats back home. Yeah. They weren't much bigger.
All right, well, that's
meters.
my action. Jedi, it's up to you.
All right. Being brash as I am, I have decided to interpret the no engagement rules to mean no normal standard weapons on the Veritech.
All right.
So what I've decided to do is double red line.
Yes.
To catch up to these people, I'm going to get over top of them.
Yes.
Convert into Guardian, grab them with my hands, and turn the plane around.
Oh, you're physically gonna grab the other jet.
That's right.
All right. So we've eased the task by 2. Is there anything else you want to do?
Absolutely. I'm specialized, so that should be work 2.
Yeah, that's.
And
4.
then I'm going to use 2 points of effort.
Wow. Well, you mean 2 points.
2 levels of easement.
2 levels of
2 levels
easing
of
the task.
Yes.
So we're up to 6.
Yep.
And remember, on a roll of 1 to 5.
Yep.
Good thing our best pilot is doing this.
Please 1 to 5. Please 1 to 5.
19.
Oh!
Come on.
Minor effect on this. So you are indeed able to... So you managed to bring your Veritech alongside this other fighter, and then you do switch to Guardian mode, and you kind of have to remind yourself that the legs are kind of kicking there behind as the arms unfold downward. And now you're just a few meters away, and you can kind of see through the cockpit as these large arms kind of branch out, or I should say as they stretch out underneath. And I guess you kind of grab it maybe by the, like besides the cockpit, perhaps?
Yeah, kind of like behind the wings.
Behind the wings. Oh, behind the wings. Yeah. Okay.
Right.
All right.
So on the main body, but right behind the wings.
Right. And you can kind of hear, it's funny because you're used to only hearing the wind sort of roaring past your cockpit. But this time you can hear the gentle metal as you sort of easily take hold of that other fighter and begin to kind of nudge it along. And so do you want a minor effect from this? Because that's literally what you wanted to do, but now you rolled a 19, so you get a minor effect on top of that. Is there something else you want to do?
Yeah, the minor effect is I ended up squeezing a little too hard and caused some damage.
Just to upset it?
That's a big squeeze. That's a big squeeze.
I know, right? Didn't you read the harassment manuals about Veritech on Veritech Contact?
Yes, and now I'm an expert at it.
HR is going to want to talk to you. HR is going to want to talk to you about this.
I'm not worried about HR. I just hope my high school physics teacher isn't watching.
Hey, it's theater of the mind. So what? It's theater of the mind. So you managed to end up doing that damage to it. And with that, are you going to let it go, or are you just sort of holding on to this thing?
No, I'm trying to turn it around so it goes back home.
You turn, okay.
Turning it around.
Turning it. All right, so you managed to get it off course, but it's not going to be like 108. It's not like you're picking up a turtle and like turning it around so it runs in another direction or anything. You do manage to get it off course, kind of giving a message through, and you can actually see the pilot as she like looks up to you, and she does not look happy about this at all.
I'll look at her and say, "Laugh at this."
Oh.
And then with that, let's go back to I wanted to call you Micro, thinking like Micro's like Punisher's assistant Micro, but you're just Micro Burst. And Aragorn.
Probably if I have a nickname for my call sign, it would be Burst.
Oh, Burst rather than Micro.
But Micro Burst is preferred.
Oh, okay. That's right. You're preferred. I'm sorry. So Burst, we're back at Burst, who's skipping along, and Aragorn has just announced he's going to come in and help Burst out. I think you're muted, Prakash.
Aragorn, come in.
That's it. That's it. We're doing this in real time. We're doing this in real time. Contact lost. Contact lost.
Comms went down. I'm back, boys. Let's do this.
How are you helping him? What are you gonna do?
All right. So I'm basically gonna just hit my air brakes and then just do a nosedive down.
Yep.
And change to guardian mode as I'm going down.
Yep. Okay.
So, and then I'm hoping that once I get to him, use my arms to grab a piece with both of my hands to slow him down. Or
okay, so I just want to remind everyone that the redlining is still in effect, and of course Jared did a double red line. Now we are and actually
we are all
well,
we're redlining so hard right now.
Here's the thing. I'm going to purposely choose to interpret the double red line as being a continually in effect red line. I actually think that the rules as written say that it's just for the person that does the double red line for that round or whatever, I think. But I'm going to interpret it just because it's more fun.
This
as
is top Valkyrie,
the double,
not like
this
entry level Valkyrie.
That's right. So that's right. I'm sending you two to entry level Valkyrie.
All right. We're acting like we're in entry level Valkyrie.
So
we're
double
top.
redline. So Prakash, I'm sorry, Aragorn. You're gonna switch to Guardian mode, scoop on down, and try to help Burst out. So we're gonna use.
I don't have the grip strength, but
Yeah, you're gonna give it a try. So we've already eased the task by 2. Do you want to apply some effort?
Yes.
Okay. And how about? Of course, you'll be using your piloting skill. Is there anything else, like an asset, like a physical way that you're gonna do this? That.
So which way is he rotating? Clockwise or counterclockwise?
Why do you ask me these difficult questions? Which is better for you, and which would be more exciting?
So he is probably going counterclockwise.
Okay.
So once I'm going down, I'm going to try and match his rotation and speed velocity. So I'm basically
this.
Parallel and
a great visual.
That's awesome. Yeah, I like that. That's really cool looking. Go ahead and make your roll. I believe that's easing the task by 5. Or no, 4. Oh, no, 3. It is 5. I was correct. It's 5.
13.
Just barely enough, I'm going to say. Just barely enough. You're able to sort of rescue him and grab him and keep him from harm. And the two of you kind of like burst off. But, no pun intended. Bursts off with Aragorn. But unfortunately...
Hey.
As this is happening, there is one thing which you failed to take into account, and that is the 2 jets that launched off of the 2 fighters that launched off of the carrier, the Daedalus, after they fixed the catapults just a moment ago. And as this is happening, the 2 of them come swooping in, and they were completely just shocked by all of this like throwing that's going on with the enemy fighters, and they're forced to do a few rolls and kind of make their way through and cut their way through all the combat. And unfortunately, I'm going to say that they've lost their turn just simply because of all the chaos. And we're back at the fellow that was going west, who actually faked going west in order to come back around, and he is swooping in over Aragorn and Burst because neither one of them had been paying any attention. And he's making an attack toward, I assume, Aragorn, because Aragorn is the one that's like, who's kind of like in the line of fire on top of Burst. So go ahead, Aragorn. I'm going to need you to make a defense roll. So a defense roll is just a simple. Yes.
Aragorn. Oh, okay. Wait, so is Microburst already armed and ready?
We'll say that you're all armed. I think you guys have been champing at the bit.
Because I feel
since
like I can
2
use
weeks ago to fire your weapons.
Can
What's
I use Microburst as my gun? Like, so I can use it.
If you want, we'll say that it's like a wrestling move. The two of you have been together for so long. You've done this before, and you just turn him, and Microburst is just like arming his GU-11 gun pad in the right direction. So you're going to turn him like a weapon and have him fire as... Okay, now hold on here a second. Just to let you know, he's attacking you, right? So you need to at least roll to defend. And what I'll allow you to do is defend by blending an attack in here. This is very dangerous role playing, ladies and gentlemen.
Shield and sword.
I know. Are you going to use it?
Wait a minute. It works for me.
How far are we from the water? Hold on. First of all, how far are we from the water?
You've gotten him to a safe altitude. I mean, I'm just going to say you're like a few hundred feet off the water.
You're not close to the water?
What's that?
I was going to try and use the water.
Would you rather be near the water? That'll work for me.
Yes. Yeah,
okay.
What I was going to do is I was going to try and make a burst of air to give a little plume of water. So it basically causes a sparkling deluge. So it almost feels like it's like...
Ladies and gentlemen,
their radar.
A mirage almost.
You use your forearm, make a big wave.
Yeah, exactly. There you go.
All right. Go ahead. So we've got the task is going to be eased by 2. This is defense roll, eased by 2. But remember, on a roll of a 5, GM intrusion.
You're gonna. Oh man. Go ahead. I'm just.
7.
Oh, I'm so angry.
Nice.
So I'll say that you are able to completely turn Burst around as he fires his GU-11 pod in an arc through the sky. Just because this is the equivalent of Wolverine and Colossus doing the fastball special. Like, you guys have worked together on this so many times, you just end up strafing. And as those bullets come in from both your enemy fighter and from Microburst, they kind of clash in the sky for just a moment. And neither one of you, unfortunately, manages to hit the other. But I would say at this point, the rules of engagement have been met. And it's time to take your safeties off, gentlemen.
So if we get to fire, I'm actually like still reeling, trying to control my craft. So I'm not even gonna try to like aim or anything. I'm just have everything rigid, and I'm gonna let Aragorn actually do the attack roll because he's positioning me and aiming the weapon.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
I'm just gonna be pressing the trigger.
Okay. All right. So that's like your teamwork right now. That's the way you're working. And kookier things have happened in Robotech. I'd like to remind everybody, like if we can have Veritex wearing clothing, we can have, Veritex picking up another Veritech and using it as a weapon. I'm totally fine with that. All right. So I've kind of lost it at this point. But let's switch over so that we can kind of regroup here. Let's switch back to Resync and Jedi. And it looks like those 2 fighters have come now and are asking for like if you need an assist or if you need any help. It's kind of a mess, and the 3 that had been heading towards Daedalus in different directions have all kind of regrouped now, and now you're like this swarming mass of fighters above the Daedalus at this point. What are you guys up to?
Jedi, my hacking, I can't get in. Whatever move you've got up your sleeve, I'll follow.
All right. First things first. Daedalus, we've been fired upon. We are engaging. Are there
permission to engage granted?
Excellent. Are there 2 fighters, generally within range of me?
Yeah, there's at least
I mean,
one.
I've got the one, obviously.
And we'll say that the other two you've kind of swarmed together now, and we'll say, you're close enough. And we'll work with them saying there's the West fighter, the East fighter, and the South fighter, okay? So just to keep it really simple.
All right.
And you guys are on the South fighter. That's the close one.
Okay. Then I'm going to do a couple of different things here. First thing we're going to do is activate Deadly Aim.
Mm-hmm.
So for the next minute, all my ranged attacks inflict +2 damage.
Okay. You keep track of that because I'll never remember, but +2.
All right, that's fine. And then I'm also going to use a trick shot, which means I can make a ranged attack against 2 targets within the range. I have to make a separate roll for each, but both rolls are hindered.
Okay. This is getting really complex because we've got a red line going on. We've got a double red line going on. And now we've got your first attack, which is hindered. So we've got 3 hindrances. Is that correct? Because you're doing 2 attacks, right? And each one is hindered, right?
Each one is hindered, right?
Okay. And we still have the 1 to 5 going on as well.
Okay.
Sure.
Then I am trained in Veritech attacks.
So that eases it. That cancels one out.
All right. You gonna give me specialization for piloting Veritech?
Did we use it just now? Did we use it before?
I've used it on other rounds.
Okay. Yes.
Okay.
So you're kind of neutralized things right now.
All right. Perfect. And then I will go ahead and use 2 points of effort, 2 levels of effort.
Okay.
Since this is
so we're going to ease the task by 2 at this point, but we still got the 5 in effect. Quickly.
I think that's all I got.
Go ahead.
Oh, you know what?
What?
I'm also going to go ahead and use one of my ciphers.
Oh, go ahead. Yeah. Okay. So
yes.
Ease the task by 2. What's the cipher do?
The cipher is a Hunter Seeker. It is a special missile that, based on its level, which is the level 4, if it happens to miss, it will go around and attack again up to as many times as its level.
Will it come back on? Is it the next round that it does that?
I think it's the next round.
Okay.
You can say it's the next round.
Okay. Yeah. Just keep track of that. Yeah. No problem.
Yeah. All right. So this first attack with the Hunter Seeker. There it is. That's a 3.
Oh.
He's got it.
Damn it. There you go. Merry Christmas.
Mr. Famine in this game.
With my you got a Geo Intrusion with my cipher.
Yes, I love it. So, describe to me how you were coming up on this guy. So I want to play off that.
Okay. So I have 2 targets. The first is the one in the south, which I have gripped. And I figured I would launch a missile at the one on the east. And then my next round would be to attack the one in the south.
I'm sorry to inform you. As your missile drops and launches, it entangles itself in your little buddy, the one that you're holding in your arms. And ordinarily, it wouldn't be such a big deal, except for the fact that you're literally pressed up against it, and just a meter, perhaps, the nacelles of your jets against maybe the flat pancake, the back of the fighter jet that you're holding on to. That's just enough space to do some real damage as the missile explodes between the 2 of you. And that definitely separates the 2 of you. And in a moment here, you're going to have to make a roll to try to recover. But all that you see, the last thing you see is just flames and fire as that jet that you were holding on to and that you crunched cannot catch air with its wings. and it starts to tumble toward the ocean. But I need you now, instead of firing off your second shot, I mean, it's your choice. You can fire off a second shot and splash yourself down in the water, or you can try and recover and fire. I mean, recover, period.
How about a counter proposal with Fly on the Edge, which allows me to make a piloting roll and a weapon attack all in the same action?
I'll take it. It sounds fun.
Excellent. Then can I actually up the ante?
No. What? No. That's it. Make your roll.
All right.
Time is money.
15.
So this was your piloting roll, correct?
That was the piloting roll.
Okay, so you do manage to, I'm going to say, recover.
Okay.
Now this is your attack roll, launching your missile, right?
Okay.
Second attack.
Okay. That's a 3.
Oh no!
I'm having problems with my missiles today, guys.
Man, I got my work cut out for me tonight. That missile obviously goes wide. And as a matter of fact, what you've just discovered is that you're not going to have a very good time of firing on subsequent rounds here, because something's happened to one of your wings and the racks are misaligned. So you can kind of count out any of those missiles on the right side of your fighter or of your Guardian, whatever mode it's in. And the more worrying thing that you see now as you recover is that enemy fighter is just splashed hard into the water. And it's the sort of hit that looks like he's not gonna, or she, or they are not gonna make it.
Okay, and that's the southern fighter?
Yeah.
That I had gripped?
So one is down.
All right.
And at that point, the engagement actually ends unless you want to pursue, because the other two fighters do a few twists and they just leave.
Can I attempt something? Can I interject
Yes.
before the plane hits the water?
Yeah, we'll say so, sure.
As long as I'm hacked into that plane anyway, can perhaps my Rio force eject?
I like this question. Yeah, why not? We'll retcon that a little bit. We'll say it's about to hit. You can go ahead and use your turn to make a roll to try and force eject the pilot from it.
Okay. She will put effort into it because, we don't want to spill any blood.
All tasks are eased by 2. She's going to put effort into it. That's 3.
Right. And then see what else she's got here. Yeah, that's pretty much all we've got. It's not necessarily dirty fighting. It's the opposite. So I've only got the 3. All right, I'm going to go ahead and roll.
5 is still in effect.
I know. 8.
Unfortunately, not in time.
Damn. So the plane rolls over and then just ejects the person in the water.
You eject the dead body.
No,
eject the dead body.
No, yeah. And then just imagine if you had rolled a 1 to 5, I would have had it eject into your fighter and crash, and splash you as well.
I'll dodge that bullet.
That thing hits the water, and those 2 other fighters just spin away. And it's sudden and it's quick. It's a sort of sudden and quick that reminds you of when you're kids and somebody gets hurt real bad and the other kids start to run home because they don't want to be a part of it. And whether or not this is a good decision on their part and how they're basing their decision and why they're doing this, that is a complete mystery. But they jet out of there like nothing. You see their afterburners engage, and then all you see are the plumes of exhaust as they make their way back towards their own territory.
The best of the best.
And they're gone, and now you can see a rescue crew and all of that in a helicopter getting ready to go out and grab, if anyone survived that incident. And unless there's anything any of you would like to do, you guys are going to land and go to debriefing?
Sure.
Yeah.
I mean, it's up to you guys.
Yeah.
Well, I was gonna just go back to the crash site and check and see if there's any survivors.
Doing a flyover, looking around.
Flyover. Yeah.
What
maybe go into Guardian mode.
Switching into Guardian mode and then heading down there. You can see there's just an oil slick. It's almost half a mile long. And jet fuel is on fire. And there's just a lot of floating debris. And it's scary to look at because it's not like big chunks or pieces. It looks like torn up pieces of cloth as that fuselage was ripped to pieces upon impact. And looking around, if there's a survivor, you don't see them, or perhaps they're under the water. And just pieces are floating. And as you watch, a rescue helicopter comes in, and divers are dropped in the water at a safe spot, and they start looking for any survivors. And you're all four of you ordered back for a debriefing on the Daedalus. Wow, things took a turn. Everybody's like grim. Everybody was like, "Oh, I can't wait to engage."
Grim?
I'm not feeling grim.
I'm not grim.
Oh.
We did great.
The vibe suddenly switched. Yes. Go ahead and back.
Let's do it.
Yeah. Let's go.
So
Heroes
each
love
one
it.
of you comes in for a nice landing with a little bit of trouble for a few of you who may or may not have some bent wings and maybe some fingerprints on your aircraft. And a few minutes later, you're taken to a debriefing with the squadron skipper and one of the CATCC controllers. The door closes, and it's not like you would see like in a movie. It's not like you're on some hangar somewhere. You're in a room. It looks like a conference room with a holographic board on one end and a holographic projector in the center of the table. And as you enter, you all snap to attention as the squadron skipper comes in with the CATCC controller beside him. You all snap to and salute. And he's grumbling. He's upset. Take a seat, gentlemen, take a seat. You guys want to tell me what that was out there? You are under orders not to engage.
And we didn't. We didn't expect.
They fired on us.
You are on
They fired weapons.
You are on thin ice right now, pal.
What's
And
foul?
he waves his he's pointing at Jedi. And
Okay.
he waves his hand over a holographic projector and replays Jedi coming down on top of the enemy fighter, grabbing the shoulders, for lack of a better word, of the fighter, and then redirecting it. You know the
See,
rules of engagement.
I was escorting him out.
You know the rules of engagement. And you. And he points now at Aragorn. You're lucky you're stupid and new. Stupid and new people need to keep their mouths shut. And he points back at Jedi. Just what do you think you were doing with that? You could have started a war. I don't even know if that pilot survived.
That's the risk all pilots take.
We do. When
I was literally escorting them out, following the rules of engagement.
Rules of engagement were not.
Escort them out.
Rules of engagement, and we're doing a little bit of metagaming here, but essentially, it's kind of a no-no and considered contact. And I probably should have warned you of this, but the way that he sees it and interprets it is that by touching the other fighter, by switching to Battloid mode, or I'm sorry, switching to Guardian mode, you provoked. You started an attack.
Sir, with all due respect, my wingman, as his wingman, I have to defend him. They were the ones provoking us. We were not the provocateurs. They were.
These were clear attack maneuvers. They damaged the data list. They damaged our carrier. And then they're pulling all these maneuvers to just keep on coming back, and we can't get anything done about that. Jedi took steps. He made it happen to defuse this situation. This was their fault.
That's right.
He was the bravest among us, sir. He was the one that made sure that this was not going to escalate any further than it did.
That's right.
He frowns, and he's clearly not happy about this, and there's something on his mind that he doesn't want to say, but he kind of has to say it. You four gentlemen almost started a war tonight, and you're lucky that you're some of the best of the best. I got news for you fellas.
We're going to Top Gun.
Are these war games? War games, I tell you.
Guess again.
Well, what's the news then?
You sorry slobs are going to top Valkyrie.
Oh, my
I turned towards Aragorn. Yeah.
Get out of here and do us proud.
Right into the
Now we begin a montage.
Right. Now we need the montage of like each one of you has to get a motorcycle and ride it down
like
the tarmac.
Valkyrie.
Down the tarmac 50 feet away from a Valkyrie as it's taking off. All right, folks. We're going to take a 10-minute breather right now. And when we come back, our four trusty fellas are going to be at top Valkyrie. So thank you very much for watching. If you like what you're seeing, please click the like and subscribe button. We are going to run a 10-minute countdown right now, and when the 10 minutes are up, we will be right back after our biological breaks. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are back. You may have noticed that we are down one man. He has been called away. Hopefully he may be back, but I have a feeling he won't. But we're going to continue in the fashion that we had been going. So what's so funny, Jane? What are you laughing about?
I just have the stream going, and I saw the countdown from 10.
Yeah.
It's just explosion. It was great. That was really good.
I love molten metal, molten steel, and you wouldn't believe
it's the sounds that work.
Yeah, I know. And actually, like, it's funny when I built that, I was thinking this is a little too metal, and then I was like.
Not enough metal.
And you don't know how long I spent like making that intro, and then how many layers I had to like put together to get. I'm sorry, that countdown. How many layers I had to layer in there, and taking those sounds out was like 2 layers back. So I would have had to like deconstruct back 2 layers, and then reconstruct back outward. And at that point, I was like, no.
Nope.
Metal the sausage is made.
This is
Make
right.
It more metal.
It's that's all. It's going to be more metal next time we play, folks. Okay. Anyway, we are back. When we last left our heroes, they had been dealing with some kind of mysterious foreign actors approaching their aircraft carrier. They managed to scare them off, but in the process, they may or may not have actually killed one of the enemy pilots in a splashdown. He started it. It's a hazard of the job. Fortunately, however, for them, they are the best of the best. They are the top 1%. And coincidentally, not unlike the film Top Gun, they were sent to top Valkyrie because they are the top 1%. So the 4 of you, with Aragorn here as well in spirit, the 4 of you are sent to top Valkyrie, which is an installation on the southern end of Macross Island where the best of the best are trained. This is not too far away from where the headquarters is for UN Spacey, putting the engineers working on putting together the SDF-1, rebuilding her in a few months for her inaugural flight under Earth Command. So that's probably about 8 to 12 weeks off at this point. But all that you know is that you're going to be spending the next 8 to 12 weeks in high altitude, low altitude, deadly, dangerous combat maneuver practice. So you've been sent to top Valkyrie, and you find yourselves in a hangar with several dozen other pilots, some of whom you recognize and some of whom you do not. 2 that you do recognize as you look around the assembly are the 2 pilots that were rushing to meet you several weeks before to intercept and assist in your combat with the 3 enemy fighters. And as you are talking amongst yourselves, you do notice that they're kind of giving you some looks. So at this point, I'm going to ask you if there's anything you'd actually like to talk about at this moment before you're kind of interrupted by these other 2. It's up to you.
Have you seen some of the new variants of these machines they're making? We've just been having these 1As, but there's better coming.
Well, all I know is they better beef up that security. They're pretty easy to hack and manipulate right now. Need better firewalls. By the way, he was inverted and just like that.
Yeah. No, it was like this.
Communicating.
Yeah, but like 2 meters max.
Max.
It was amazing. Jedi, he's the master.
He's the best amongst us.
Yeah, I would agree.
Aragorn didn't think so, but I convinced him.
Oh, yes? Why did he argue?
He's like that. It's in his head.
Okay. How's that, Matt?
As you are discussing your flight maneuvers, that was wonderful. That was very it's seasoned very well in there. I like how you're talking. I like how you injected the word inverted in there. Excellent use of the English language and of top fighter jet technology, technological vocabulary. Excellent. So as you're talking, you hear laughter from behind you. And what you see are those 2 pilots, the 2 that didn't show up in time. And their names are Shooter, or I should say their call signs are Shooter and Dice Man. Shooter and Dice Man. And they are completely, you can just see that they are laughing and they're pointing at you. And they crack a joke where they start making inverted maneuvers with their hand as if what you were just talking about came out of some movie or something.
I'm like sitting
as if loud enough. I say, hey, Jedi, isn't it nice that Shooter and Dice Man actually made it on time this time?
And with that, they head over and they say, so, how'd that little maneuver go back there? How about that pilot you splashed? Nice way to almost start a war.
I didn't almost start anything. He actually started it against us. I just escorted them on out.
That's not what I heard. I heard you switched into Guardian mode, and then you came down on top of him. You engaged when you were not supposed to engage. You didn't follow the rules of engagement. I don't like that.
Actually did. You actually did. That's not engagement. Engagement's using weapons.
You were too busy trying to get yourself all comfortable in your cockpits before coming out. If you had been out there 10 minutes earlier, you would have seen that he was engaged first.
If you two bozos hadn't allowed those enemy fighters to take out both of our catapults on our 4 catapult aircraft carrier, they would have launched us a lot sooner.
I'm sitting on the edge of a table, and then I stand up to my full 6'6" height and like glare down at them and just be like, what would you do different, Iceman?
Iceman? My call sign is Dice Man. Who are you talking to?
You heard me, and I poke him right in the chest.
Roll for initiative.
Oh, here we go.
Can I redline?
Yes.
I can.
You can, absolutely. Well, you know what? I mean, technically, it's something for combat. I mean, for vehicular combat. But I kind of like this idea. Why not? Let's have fun with it. Yeah, you can redline it.
My blood's real hot. I'm redlining.
Your blood is
this.
boiling.
Here we go.
It's red hot. I like that. So you're at 3 though. Remember, not 5.
20.
Oh,
natural.
Now that's just for your initiative, and luckily you get the drop on him. So as you poke him, he moves to kind of like grab at your arm, and you have a choice. Like you can do something now, or you can just let this or let him act.
Oh, he can grab my arm, but I'm still gonna poke him straight in the chest.
Oh, so are you sort of giving up your turn then?
What?
So here's the thing. You poked him, and as you were poking him, I kind of abstractly threw us into combat. And he sort of moved himself as if he's about to do something. He's about to throw a punch, or he's going to do something. But at this point, you don't know because you got the higher roll. So I'm going to allow you to sort of see that he's moving to do something. And if you don't
I'm going to
act...
turn my poke into just a really violent push.
All right, so go ahead and we'll call that an attack. So go ahead and roll to attack for hand-to-hand combat. And what I'd like you to do is you're redlining, so we're going to ease the task by 1. You're burning red hot.
I really am.
Your jets are burning red hot. We're going to ease the task by 1. Do you want to apply some effort?
I do.
Okay. And then do you want to use an asset or something? Looking around, you're just basically in a field of folding chairs where the other fighter pilots are sort of waiting around for the instructors to walk in.
Okay, I'm going to use a cipher. This guy's got me really steamed.
Got it.
I don't like him talking that way to Jedi.
Yeah.
It's stim.
Mm-hmm.
So, and I got this, I've had this hiding in the back of my mouth here. I'm just going to bite down on it. And it's going to ease my next action by 3 steps.
Oh my God.
And I'm going to go like this. And I would love to just like be able to push him down to the ground. But
so you're going to try and push him back or something?
Yeah, I would love to just push him right down and hopefully just embarrass the hell out of him.
Yeah. Yeah, go ahead and task is eased by 5. However, oh wait, 1 through 3 are in effect.
Yes, I am not double redlining.
Yeah. I'm sure Jared's going to do that if he gets a chance, though.
We're like at the pre-buffet, like, welcome meet and greet of
You're basically
Top Valkyrie.
Right. Top Valkyrie. You're in the hangar. A bunch of folding chairs, a bunch of pilots sitting around.
Roll a 1.
Yes!
A 20 and then a 1.
Yes!
Oh, man.
GM intrusion. So as you push him back, you do knock him over a set of chairs and he goes flying. And as this happens, 2 very important people approach the hangar, or I should say approach the briefing area. The first one is Jennifer Cochran, a.k.a. Ripper. And you can just remember their call signs. It's a lot easier. She is the big cheese around here. She's the #1 hotshot pilot in all of UN Spacey. And she's got on her side, at her side, Eddie Lymangood, a.k.a. Jaffo, who are with her. And the 2 of them see this, and they head right over to you, knocking through the chairs, and you can see the other 2 of you can kind of see the level of respect as all the pilots kind of clear out of the way, like the Red Sea parting. And coming up from you in behind, they both get you into a headlock and toss you to the ground. And then everyone in the entire hangar goes silent. And the only sounds that you can hear are from repairs being made or from shouts of like, hand me that tool, or you hear like occasional sounds of like jets kind of like stirring up. And after they toss you to the ground, you tumble. And she doesn't even say anything. Ripper's reputation precedes her.
As soon as I have any ability to try and stand or anything, I'm just going to stand straight up to attention and salute.
And she just pauses and waits and looks around the room. And following your example, pilots all around start standing and saluting. And she's waiting for you 2 gentlemen, and Aragorn, who instantly salutes, to do the same.
Yeah, we definitely salute.
Oh, yeah, we do.
And then with that, she heads up to the stage, or I should say the front, and pilots start picking up folding chairs, setting them back into place. And you're not sure if there's something bigger that's in store for you later, but you can kind of tell just by the weight of respect that the other pilots get her and give to her, and from what you have heard before about her, that she is not someone to be trifled with, and she's as good as they say, from what you've heard. She steps up to the front of the room, and she just stands there with her arms folded across her chest for probably a full minute, as the entire hangar just falls into uncomfortable silence. And then her speech begins. You've been brought here because you're supposed to be the best of the best. The top 1%. This is not a place for children. This is not a place for fools. This is not a place for individuals. We fly as a team. We fly together. We set aside our differences. We work together. We stay with our wingmen, regardless of how we feel about them personally. Do we understand ourselves?
Ma'am, yes, ma'am.
I didn't hear you.
Ma'am, yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, yes, ma'am.
And the entire group of pilots.
Is this when I start singing the Everly Brothers?
You're busted for that.
Perfect moment.
I know, right? That would be horrible. And then she starts to go into a talk about where you are and what you're doing. This is Top Valkyrie, a school created specifically for training the best of the best in the use of variable fighters, the Veritech fighter. She talks to you about the development of robotechnology, the development of the systems that can read human intention, predict. She talks about how the technology enhances the reflexes of the machine itself, and how through joining together with the machine, you're faster and better than any individual man or machine ever. She talks about the fact that this program is going to last for 12 weeks. And in that time, you're going to be flying at least 40 or 45. Oh my God, I forgot what they're called. It's at a key moment, and I forgot what they were called.
Sorties?
Not sorties. 40 to 45 missions. We'll call them that. Just until I can... Oh my God, I can't believe... Oh, hops. That's it.
Hops.
Each hop is going to be harder and more difficult than the last one.
Got reweighted?
What?
Got reweighted?
I guess so. She got a post that the final rated type tonight.
Unfortunately,
That according to my calculation needs to be.
I want to... Okay.
Good night.
Each one is going to be harder and faster than the last. And if we're going to succeed in our mission here at Top Valkyrie, we're going to need to cooperate and work together. Are we understood?
Ma'am, yes,
Yes,
ma'am.
ma'am.
There we go. Perfect. So they go through a briefing where they talk about the history of the fighter, they talk about the history of the program, they talk about all of the things that the Veritech fighter can do. And it's surprisingly a boring and long class that just goes on and on for hours. And so with that, at the end of the day, you're dismissed with a call time for the next day of 5 a.m. You're going to be going out for your first hop at 5:30, so you need to report at 5 to ready yourselves for that flight and that first hop. So with that,
Are we sleeping in a high bay? Are we paired up in rooms? What's the sleeping arrangement?
I will say that, well, first of all, it's the evening, so you do actually have some time to hang out. There's a place nearby called the Wolfpack Bar. If you want to head in that direction, you don't necessarily have to. If you want to go back, we'll say that you're all bunking together just because you happen to be from the same, well, you're not exactly from the same squadron, but for the sake of movie realism and logic, you are all bunking together in the same area, in the same room. All right? So at this point, you're kind of turned loose to do as you will.
Come on, boys, we're going to go celebrate. Our first day in Top Valkyrie.
Yeah, I'm interested to take a look at the scene.
We finally made it. We have to.
Absolutely.
So, heading off to the Wolfpack Bar, which is there on the base, it looks like the typical fighter pilot kind of bar. So it's just filled with men and women that just look like they're at the peak of their physicality. They're filled with piss and vinegar. They are all bragging as you enter into the bar. There is music playing. There are some that are dancing. There are some that are singing. And the bar is run by someone by the name of Josie Wolf, who is the owner. And her father actually was the owner before her. And so it's a bit of a legacy for her. It's been in her blood for since she was born, really. And then there's another fellow, Jimmy McNeely, is the bartender, and he's a rather newer fellow, kind of a mousy guy, that's tending bar behind the counter. And as you come in and take a seat at, I don't know, the bar or a booth?
Bar is the place to be.
Yeah, bar.
At the bar, he comes up and asks you what you'll be drinking.
Bourbon.
It's a tough question, everybody. Think really hard. If you want, we could roll on it.
Sea breeze for microburst.
Oh, a sea breeze for microburst. Okay, sounds good.
It's delicious.
He slings you a sea breeze.
That's just a vodka cranberry, right? No, that's a Cape Codder. What's a sea breeze?
I'm looking.
Looking it up.
Yeah, it's vodka cranberry with some grapefruit juice.
Oh,
Excellent.
Lime wheel up in there.
Okay, cool.
It's refreshing. It's delicious.
I'll take a couple fingers of Glenlivet.
And he slings that down for you.
Bourbon for me.
And he gives you a few fingers of bourbon. And
look around the bar. Are Shooter and Dice Man here?
Shooter and Dice Man are off in a corner by themselves.
2 Shirley Temples for those gentlemen, please.
Jimmy looks. 2 Shirley Temples? Okay. And he gets to work on that. Do you want some umbrellas? Do you want umbrellas in them?
Oh, that would
absolutely.
Be
maybe virgin daiquiris are better.
So you send them on over, and if this if there was nothing else you wanted to do in the bar, we can skip forward to
I just salute them and take a drink of my scotch.
So there's nothing. Do you want to get any small?
Gentlemen, can you keep these guys occupied? You think?
Of course. They're assholes. We can handle that.
I'm going to polish off my whiskey and I'm going to actually head back to our bunk.
Oh, okay. All right. Heading back to the bunk. And so Burst and Jedi, as your companion leaves you, both of your foils stand and approach you from the booth. So you're selling out your buddies?
Thank you for using the word foil.
Oh, you're welcome.
Yeah. We know that Resync has a plan. He's always got something.
Absolutely. He's got shenanigans.
So, yeah. And we got we got Aragorn, Grandpa, we got everybody here.
Oh, well, that's true. Well, you don't actually. I should be more specific here. Shooter has Wolfman, and Dice Man has Easy Ease. And these guys are big, and the four of them come over to you. They seem to grow a few inches as they approach you, and they sort of fan out around the four of you, and they definitely don't. And I forget, was it Shooter or Dice Man that you shoved?
It was Dice Man. I am backed up against the bar, and I'm standing there with my Sea Breeze, and I'm with the little stir.
Yeah.
And as he comes up to me, I'm gonna take the lime wedge and just put it in my mouth and
go. Dice Man is not happy to see you. We have business to finish, asshole.
Oh yeah, you think so?
I know so. And
does it start with dusting your ass off from all the dirt you've caught on the floor?
It starts with me shoving your head so far up your ass, I can't even think of a conclusion to that sentence.
Nice.
That's how far it's going to be. That's how far it's going to be. And they're kind of angry now. They kind of smell. They kind of smell like they've been doing a little bit of drinking, as you may have gathered from kind of having already been there. Yeah. But they're kind of ready. They're trying to do to you what you were trying to do to those enemy fighter jets a few weeks ago. They're just trying to provoke you.
I'm gonna aggressively drink the rest. I'm just gonna down the rest of my Sea Breeze, which really doesn't look as intimidating as I might want.
Yeah.
And then I'm just reach behind, put it behind me, and just start going like this.
Shooter goes right up to. So you're with Dice Man now. I should say. So Burst is with Dice Man. Shooter goes up directly to the one remaining player character right now, Jedi, and just takes a look. I don't like you. I don't want to work with you. I don't even want to see you.
Well,
in this place.
You'll only be seeing my afterburners because I'm the best of the best.
You're not the best of the best. See, you haven't gotten the memo yet. I'm the best of the best. No. That's his whole comeback.
No. I may end up having to change my call sign to Pit Boss because you're out, Shooter.
Oh, that was actually that was pretty good.
Little casino reference.
That was actually very good. Yeah, that's true. I didn't even get that. He's not impressed, and actually, I'll say that he didn't get it either.
He's too stupid to get it. Right?
He's too confused to get what the heck you're talking
Too
about.
stupid to get it.
And he looks over at Dice Man as if to say, like, what did that mean? What just happened? What are we talking about? I feel insulted.
Less from you two idiots.
But let me tell you something. You got a bad attitude, and you got to fix that attitude. Because I'll tell you something, I heard about that little maneuver you pulled, and I saw what you did. And that's some pretty wild flying. But you know what? Without rules, without control, that wild flying doesn't mean anything. You're going to get somebody killed.
I was totally in control, and I did end up getting someone killed.
So there.
He looks really angry.
What do you think of that?
He looks over at Shooter he looks over at Dice Man for a second as if to say, wait a minute, am I angry now or do I agree with him? And then the two of them just shrug and roll for initiative because they're throwing a punch. That's it. That's it. You're not there.
Did they get permission from the tower first?
That's right. Permission to swing at the.
They talking about rules and swinging punches in the bar.
Go ahead and what were your rolls?
11.
13, and I am trained in initiative.
Okay, so you guys get to go first, but what essentially happens is that basically Shooter takes a swing at Jedi. So you have a chance here. I mean, or you see it kind of coming. So you have a chance to try and like take a swing at him or try to stop this right now.
I want to go effectively full defense on this. I'm not in. Right. I know I've beat him to action, and I'm just gonna like watch it come in and just defend the whole thing for now.
Okay, so
this is on him. He's broke the rules of engagement, and he's provoked an attack first. So I need to keep that straight and keep the witnesses on my side. So he did it first. So I'm just defending.
Okay, so go ahead and make a roll to defend against him, and let me know if I'm so used to putting the 1 up because you were redlining so much before, but let me know if there's anything you're doing to adjust your defense here at all.
Sure. I'm trained in speed defense.
Okay.
And I will use 1 level of efforts.
Okay. Go ahead and make your roll.
Only 7.
That's actually good enough. He takes a swing at you, and you manage to grab onto his arm and stop the punch before it actually lands. And you're kind of holding on to him, and you can see like his face as it just goes red. And now you have a chance, Burst, to do something here as well. Dice Man looks like he is going to do something when he sees Shooter start. But it doesn't look like he's taking a swing at you. Oh, I don't know. Did you hear that?
Was that for me?
Yes, that was actually for you. No.
I got to handle something.
That's all right. So what's just happened is that Shooter's taken a swing at Jedi, and at this point you can kind of see that Dice Man is about to sort of turn towards you, and just because, you know, whatever Shooter does, Dice Man is there with him. He's about to take a swing at you.
I'm taking a cue from Jedi because I want to keep them busy like Resync wants, and I want to make sure these guys maybe fuck themselves up as opposed to us doing it. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a stride right into him so that like I'm actually touching him like chest to chest.
Right.
Just to get right up in him, but I'm keeping my hands just like at the ready of the side. I'm not going to try to grapple him or punch him or anything. I'm just going to get right up in him and force him to take some action.
Okay, so if you're gonna get up in him, let's just call this like a defense that you're using, like instead of an attack action. So go ahead and make a roll, and let me know if you're adjusting this in any way, if you're easing this in any way.
Let's see. I have combat prowess. I don't know what that does actually.
Good. Don't even bother to look it up. Let's just say that it gives you. I mean, you tell me what it gives you. What would you think combat prowess gets you?
Just so that I have my best footing.
Sure,
so
that sounds good.
I can't be like moved or anything like that.
Sounds good. So easy
and
the task by one
effort
and
well.
effort. Got it. Okay, go ahead and take your swing, or I should say, go ahead and defend yourself.
Ooh, now that's a natural 20.
Oh, what is going on tonight? This is bizarre.
It's whack.
You want the real rule, or do you not care?
Yeah, what's the real rule?
The real rule for combat prowess is you get +1 damage to a type of attack.
Oh, okay.
Okay, that's fine. We've already rolled it. There's no problem. He got a 20. That says
No, it's fine.
It's
Just
too
in
good.
case you cared.
Cool. Thank you. So 20. What do you want for your major effect?
Make them hit each other.
Oh, I like that.
Yeah, I step right into him, and I do it in such a way to get my best footing.
Yeah.
That I put my leg between his.
Yeah.
And as he's trying to get his shoot from the hip there, he gets tangled up in it and flies sideways right into Shooter.
I like it. I like that very much. So that is indeed actually what happens, and the two of them end up colliding with each other and almost punching each other in a way, just with their arms flailing and swinging, and they kind of spin off on their own. And when that happens, they entangle, they fall to the floor, and the entire bar erupts in laughter.
As we're standing there, I'm staring at them as they're kind of like winding down, and there's kind of this cleared path, and I just hold up a hand to my left towards Jedi.
I'll give him one of those, and I'll point right down at those two guys, and I'll say, "Why don't you two get a room?"
and feel sorry for these guys. You guys are bullies.
I know. I'm starting to feel sorry for them too.
Everything.
I know. Yes, but you've been provoking them, and then you redline.
Rules of engagement.
That's true. And so with that, the two of them just look very, very unhappy. And at that moment, actually, Josie comes over, and Josie has dealt with these guys before, and she just gives them a piece of her mind, and she sends them slinking off with their tails between their legs into a corner, where they go, and they kind of like, and they kind of just like drown themselves in their drinks. Did you notice Frank we actually have Frank Tallarico, who's in the chat right now. He has been telling us that this is his second favorite Robotech Veritech Flight School RPG in the tradition of Manufactured Myth and Ledger Domains fandom. We are everyone's second favorite. I think I'm going to put that on the channel. We're the second best. We're second best. We're not first. We're second, but we're second with love. Yes, it's time to get erratic. It's time to get erratic. So with that, for the rest of the night,
much more erratic than this.
With that, for the rest of the night, you spend your evening drinking, unless there's something you kind of wanted to do. Everybody's all set?
Nope. It's good.
Okay. So you guys put in for the night. Now let me just go to right. I was just gonna go to Resync. I have a hard time remembering your name. So Resync, what were you up to on your own?
Well, what I was doing was I was kind of taking a look around some of the personal goods that Dice Man and Shooter might have.
No.
And hopefully their lockers are electronically locked so that I can get in with relative ease.
So these are the typical concrete block construction military dormitories that you see.
Old style.
Yeah, but this does take place way back in 2009, Larry. And it's on Macross Island, which is part of Japan. And I just remember seeing a lot of these things. What's funny is I had a buddy that was on the Japanese police force. And so he lived in a dorm. And it looked so typically like old school, old style. And that was like around 2008, 2009. So at any rate, you managed to make it to Dice Man and Shooter's room. However, there is a lock on the door and it is securely engaged.
Okay, I thought that we were all staying in the same high bay like we talked about before we left, but
no.
cool.
No. What I meant about that was that you're in the same like
Same dorm hall.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, cool. Well, the lock is not electronic, I take it. It's a basic key.
Sure. But I'm willing to work with you.
Okay. All right. I'm going to take a look and see if I can just kind of force my way in to begin with. I've got... I'm going to try and just, well, first of all, check and see if it's unlocked. Is it unlocked?
It's unlocked.
Nice. Thank you. All right. So I go ahead and I'm going to take a look around for anything electronic. I'm looking for maybe a laptop, even though the 2009.
Couple laptops, yes.
iPod. Like
yes. It's the original iPod 20 gigabyte.
All right, I'm gonna hack that.
Was it 20 gigabyte? What was it? With the wheel.
No idea.
Yeah, that one, 2 and 4, I think. I think
Nano?
4 is.
Oh, okay. It's got the little wheel on it. Yes, it's the white one.
All right, I'm gonna hack it.
Give it a roll. We've just gone down to to Frank's third favorite. So.
What happened, Frank?
I don't know. References to 2009.
I think this is going to be okay once we're on the other side of it. I got a 17 to hack the iPod.
You got it. You're in there.
What I'm going to do is I'm going to write a quick program. I've got computer programming so that it always plays at max volume, and it only plays "What's New, Pussycat" by Tom Jones.
What about "It's Not Unusual"? It's not unusual to be loved.
The most annoying song ever is "What's New, Pussycat." I'm sorry.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Good choice. That's true, because the other one is like actually something that sticks with you and it's kind of fun to groove to. Okay, so you want to place "What's New, Pussycat" so that it plays at maximum volume on his.
No matter what he tries to play on it. Just
got it.
Stuck. And I'm going to make sure that it's installed on the firmware so that even with a reboot.
They have to flash the chip in order to get it like with a firmware update. That's actually pretty good.
That's pretty what you guys almost got into a fist fight for. I know it sounds kind of anticlimactic at this point, but after I set that, I'll be satisfied and turn it.
All right. So you're able to do that. And do you want to lock the door just so that none of their stuff is stolen?
Yeah, that would be kind, wouldn't it?
Yeah. That's their fault.
Well, I was going to say, if somebody steals that iPod, they're never going to know that you pranked them.
Some other poor dude's going to be out there. What?
Yeah, somebody that doesn't deserve Tom Jones on high volume is going to be tormented by that. So you're able to do that and get back to your room in time for your compatriots, Burst and Jedi and Aragorn, to return, and then you're just going to catch some sack time until tomorrow morning?
Yep.
Okay, cool.
Gotta
So
sleep off a lot of sea breezes.
That, that's right. Dropping parasols in your wake as you go. So next morning, you awaken bright and early and ready to go. And you make your way over to the hangar one more time for a briefing on Hop 1. And there in the hangar, you've got the same setup going. You have Ripper and Jaffo, who are up at the top of the formation, and they explain to you that your very first hop, conducted later on today, is just going to be a simple dogfight to evaluate your flight capabilities and your piloting skills. There are a few rules of engagement here that you're going to need to follow, and they look specifically very much at U4, who are not known for following the rules
exactly, actually,
of engagement. First rule is there's a hard deck at 10,000 feet. So hard deck at 10,000 feet basically means that 10,000 feet is a simulation of the ground. So if you're going to hit 10,000 feet, you need to call that out, let everyone know, you reset, and the whole exercise is run again. It's just for safety. Okay? So if someone goes below 10,000 feet, you do not pursue them. You allow them the chance to come back up above 10,000 feet. Is that understood?
Understood.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Second rule of engagement. No Guardian and no Battloid mode. This is strictly flying, ladies and gentlemen. Strictly flying. Does everyone understand?
Acknowledged.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So with that, they break everybody up into different groups. And of course, with the economy of storytelling, role-playing, the limitations of Zoom, the fact that it's very complex to get all of these things going simultaneously at different moments and times and keep all the numbers in my head, I am putting, coincidentally, all four of you together into a group. You're going to be actually flying against Ripper and Jaffo themselves. Any last words?
Dogs.
Yeah, Chester's
We
dead.
got this. This is what we've been training for.
Dice Man comes up to the four of you. Good luck, Jumps. Better follow the rules.
I start whistling. It's so unusual.
Hey,
Yes.
you shut your mouth. I had enough of Tom Jones. I had a problem with my iPod last night. I don't want to hear anything more about it.
Really?
He steams off. He just heads out. He's like so angry. He's so frustrated and angry. He's like, and you can see like as he moves though, he's moving to the beat of a Tom Jones song. You're like, oh my goodness, I think it's in his DNA now. And so with that, you're over the course of the next hour or hour and a half, you're loaded up, your jets are fueled and ready to go. And then you launch, and the four of you are up in the air. So the idea here is that you can think of the space as let's just think of it as a simple square, right? North, south, west, and east, okay? You guys are in the south, and you're heading north. Jaffo and Ripper will be coming from the north, or at least theoretically, that's what they're going to be doing. You have a space of about 50 by 50 miles in which to maneuver, and we're going to be really loose with this, but you're in your cockpits, and as you're looking around, you can just feel the vibrations through the fuselage as you burn forward. You're all up at the 10,000 foot. You reach your 10,000 foot hard deck, And then you start to head up from there to give yourself some space to maneuver. And so at this point, you can kind of tell me how you want to form up and how you want to approach this. Or, I mean, you don't have to tell me. You can just talk amongst yourselves. Talk about what you would like to do.
We sink, I want Ripper. I say we bank toward from the west and come in from that way.
Definitely, we need to make sure that we stick with our wingmen and we attack in pairs.
Yep.
Yeah,
Aragorn and I will go up high. We'll strike from above.
Are you coming in from the west then?
Is there a hard ceiling?
I'll say 20,000 feet. That's probably way too high, but
okay.
10 to 20,000 feet is where you are both at.
All right.
So yeah, as a pair, we're coming in from the west, right? Right, Jedi?
Yep, I think so.
Okay. So I would say that the other pair should come in from the south. Make sure that we're maintaining enough distance that we don't end up attracting both of them as a pair. We're going to force them to split up.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to add something here, a footnote. I'd like to say that we have a member of the armed forces among us. We have Larry was once in the Air Force.
Yeah.
So Larry's actually given us some good info on how to do this.
Except my specialty had absolutely nothing
to do with flying. No, Larry. All right, we're going to have to edit that part out.
Of course. Yeah, I used to hang out at the bar with all the pilots, and they gave me all these strategies on how.
Did they poke you in the chest and tell you weren't following the rules?
Fights. They were all 6'6" or larger. It was
right.
It was impressive.
But they're not really that big, are they? Don't they have to be kind of small to fit in the cockpit, or is that?
I think there is a height limit, but I'm not sure. I think that's what the whole airplane Kareem Abdul-Jabbar joke was.
Oh, right.
Because he's 7 foot tall as a pilot. I don't think he can be, but that's cool. It's
okay.
All right. I mean, we're in a different age now. We've got like transforming robots now.
Yes, that's right. And so I think that actually brings up a really good point here, and that is the weapon systems. Now, just to remind everybody, these pilots will not really be firing at each other. These are simulated weapon scenarios.
Oh,
that's
no fun.
You thought you were really going to kill each other?
Jared's really going to go and like grapple Ripper.
All right.
That's right.
Jared's going to be like, let's provoke them into really using their weapons.
Rules of engagement.
Rules of engagement.
They shot first.
So with that, you both, so Aragorn and Burst head up high into the sky, up to that ceiling, I'm kind of assuming. And then they're coming in from the west, and then staying in low, maybe a little bit closer to the hard deck. We have Jedi, and I can never remember your name. Resync.
Right there on the screen.
You have to resync. Yeah, but I can't see it. What you have to understand is that I cannot read that because I'm looking at like the broadcast view right now. But anyway,
Gotcha.
So we have Jedi and Resynced coming in low. And so both of you, or I should say both pairs of you, are not getting anything on your radar.
Grandpa, you got to check that again.
So I'm going to say that your radar is about 20 miles out, and to remind you, the square that you're within is 50 by 50.
Medea, you got to find them. Where'd they go? Did they go below the deck?
Oh, am I answering for Medea?
I don't know how you want to.
I will answer for Medea then. So Medea suggests that they would not have gone below the deck, and this is actually me as the game master as well, because going below the deck they would have had to announce it to you. So they are still somewhere in this 50 by 50 area.
But not on radar.
But not on radar. So radar's 20 miles.
Well, if radar's 20 miles, if we're hitting the dead center, that's, well, no more than 25 on either side. They could be skirting the edge. Jedi, why don't you take us to the center of the map? See if we can't pick them up somewhere.
Fair, I like that.
So heading forward towards the center of the grid, you do actually pick them both up on radar as you approach, and they're coming from the upper right, the northeast corner, and then the northwest corner, and they're moving in toward you.
Each one independent. They don't have a
They're not together. They're split up.
Okay.
You call it. We'll take the other.
Can we tell who is who? From their signals?
Yeah, I'm just gonna say northwest. Northwest is Ripper, and then northeast is Jaffo.
All right, I'll make sure that Burst has all the coordinates, and I want to go after Ripper.
All right, hard to port.
Okay, so we have Resync and Jedi heading towards Ripper, and then does that mean that Aragorn and Burst are going after? Okay, perfect.
Jaffo.
After Jaffo. So let's go with, as you start to move up on the both of them, they both actually turn and start heading back outward again, as if almost they're, in a way, retreating, but they're going towards the edges of the 50 by 50 limitations of the grid.
Okay. I want to try and bank to cut off one of the sides so that it leaves them with pretty much just the corner left to fly into.
Mm-hmm.
See if I can force them to maybe fly out of bounds.
And I assume that Resync is following suit?
Resync is maintaining his status on the wing, and he's spending an experience point so we can redline it, baby.
Yeah.
Red line.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have another red line. All right, so what's the maneuver that you're going to be making?
The maneuver is effectively, I guess, a series of feints. We kind of go in one direction to really force them up into the corner and hopefully out.
Okay.
Kind of cut off any access they would have to try and escape.
Okay. Does Resync agree with this, or?
Resync does. Jedi is on point, so of course I am following regardless.
Okay. So at this point, I need you to roll for initiative.
All right. Only a 7.
And do I need to take his initiative because...
No, you can go ahead and roll yours, and we'll take it as a group. Not a problem.
11.
Okay. Not fast enough. And now you have visual contact as you come within sight of Jaffo. As Jaffo turns. Oh, wait, I forgot. You're going for Ripper or Jaffo?
Yeah, we're headed for Ripper.
Okay, I'm sorry. So Ripper turns and comes towards you, and now is closing the distance between you. And they're actually coming straight at you. Coming down. And it looks like, from what you get, and from the shouts from behind you in the cockpit, your Rios are telling you that they're starting to lock weapons on both of you.
Both of us? There's only, well...
Yeah.
Okay. So Jaffo must also be part of the mix. So what's going on radar? Where's Jaffo? I'm screaming back.
Okay, so
What
back
did Leah tell me?
back now to Burst and Aragorn. From what you see, you've just made visual contact with Jaffo. Jaffo is right there and is turning in your direction.
I'm going to break to try and slow down his ability to engage us as quickly.
Mm-hmm.
Like this kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
And start hitting the deck heading towards the hard deck really hard.
How close are you going to get? Because if you're going really hard, and don't forget, we're redlining.
I mean, we had gone up to probably the tip top, so probably within 1,000 feet.
Okay, that's close. So what I want you to do is, so you're turning, and are you heading away?
Yeah, to kind of try and angle it away to stay out of his range and get the drop on him. So I'm just like screaming in, as soon as we can try and get a lock or something, I'm going to go for it.
Okay, cool. So go ahead and roll for initiative now, because you're engaged.
A 3. Come on, this game is ridiculous. 2s, 3s, 1s.
Can I take back my red line?
No.
Oh,
Well, it was just for initiative.
I hadn't been thinking about it, but yeah, I'll let this one go. I don't know what the rule is on initiative, but in the interest of keeping things I'm going to do it. So you come down right to the hard deck, and unfortunately, you hit below it.
Well, it's just my initiative. It's not my maneuver.
I'm going to call it. I'm going to say that in the initiative, you were trying to get into a position, and what actually happens at that point is not as bad as you think. And you hear you hear Jaffo call, "No joy, no joy, reset." And so with this, it just means that all of you go right back to where you are. You visually account for each other, make sure that everybody is okay, nobody's below, nobody's crashed, nobody's lost control, and you both, all four of you, head back to your starting position, and the entire round, the entire combat starts all over again. Okay? So we're going back. You got to remember that this is not actual combat. This is done, with safety in mind. And essentially, hitting the hard deck just means that you've crashed into the ground. But of course, there's 10,000 feet of buffer space there. Okay? So we are back at the top. And I'm going to assume, are you still going to head towards the west, or are you going to do something different this time?
Jedi, what do you say we skirt the edges this time? Why don't we?
That's exactly what I was thinking.
Nice.
Totally on board.
I'm with you. Take point. I'd be happy to cover your back.
All right.
So which way are you going? Are you going to go towards the east, towards the west?
Let's
and
go
do you
east.
want to talk to Burst about this?
Yeah.
Let's
give him a
mix
quick
our
radio. First, I think we're trying to flank them, going east. We're gonna go east.
You
So
want
we're
us
going to skirt along the southern edge, going toward the east. Is that our plan?
Yeah.
And then eventually kind of move our way up once we hit the threshold. Right. Okay.
Yep.
So, yeah, microburst. You guys could also draw them out if you head more toward the center. Maybe we could pick them up on radar and catch them by surprise.
I'll head there, and then I'm gonna cheese it to the east, and have them hot on my tail. Draw them right to you.
Perfect.
Okay, sounds like a plan. So let's actually go with Microburst and Aragorn first as they fire out, because they're taking basically they're making themselves the bait.
Right.
So heading out, as you head straight forward, you pick them up on radar first of all, and then you get a visual on them, and they're coming right at you, and they actually start to go up in order to get kind of a drop on you. So what's at this point? What's your
I'm
action gonna
banking
be?
hard, and I'm gonna climb as well
Mm-hmm.
and start moving away, and I want to keep them engaged and coming after me, but I want to get up and try and match their altitude,
Okay. Go ahead
and
and
then try and draw them back to the east.
roll for initiative. 5. They're able to sort of go first because of that, and so they come right after you, and they're almost on top of you. And actually, they fire on you. So please roll to. I'm assuming to, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I mean I'm assuming to sort of like defend yourself and bank out of this, or
Yeah, I want to take some evasive maneuvers and have Grandpa ready the countermeasures, but I'm gonna try and evade this and get out of it.
I'm glad you said evasive maneuvers, because that causes a hindrance of 1 step. And we haven't redlined, right? Because we've just sort of reset. Nobody's redlined yet. So that's going to give you a hindrance of 1. So do you want to apply some effort to sort of counteract that and neutralize it?
Me taking evasive maneuvers is a hindrance to me
Yeah.
in evading an attack.
Yeah. Because you're basically, the idea is that you're trying to move your fighter around in a dangerous sort of way.
Oh, I see. So
you see what I mean?
All right. Yeah, I'm gonna definitely expend effort on this.
So that neutralizes that. So you're both even. Now, do you want to use like an ability or use an asset?
Asset. We're gonna drop some chaff.
Oh, sounds good. I like it. Okay, so anything else?
No.
Okay, cool.
Efforts and chaffs. 16.
You are able to evade them, no problem. In
Great.
this case, and they are on you, and they're basically pursuing you at this point. They did not hit you. You're safe at the moment. Do you want to try to do something, or you still want to continue being the bait?
Bait. Yeah, I want to. I've already gotten some altitude on. I'm going to stick with that. I'm just going to radio to the boys. I got them on me. They missed. I'm coming in. I'm coming in.
Okay, so at this point, you're basically just leading them forward, and we can cut back to Resync and Jedi. So the both of you kind of are in radio contact with Aragorn and with Burst, and you kind of follow what they're doing. So it's up to you now. You're kind of going low along the east side of the cube of the square, and now you're gonna try and engage.
Yeah. Come back in and engage, right?
Right. We're going to try and catch them by surprise. We're going to, look for the radar contact, and then we'd have to pounce. And we're coming from below, correct, Jedi?
Yeah,
Right.
that's what I assume.
Yeah.
So you can actually see, and I won't even make you roll for this, but you see Aragorn and Burst appear on your radar, and then you get a visual on them, and then they're kind of coming your way. You guys are down low, and they are up high. And then sure enough, not too long after that, you see immediately as Ripper and Jaffo come in right behind them, and you can kind of see that they were going after your buddies, and they did some evasive maneuvers to kind of stay out of the way, and they managed to shake them off. So at this point,
what's their formation? Are they independent of one another?
They are together.
Okay.
They are together.
All right. We got it. Let's try and get some target lock.
Okay, so at this point, roll for initiative to try to sneak up on these guys, okay?
15. Plus I'm trained.
13.
Okay, you're both able to get it. So at this point, we can have you two guys go, and then we're going to have, we'll switch back, and then we'll just re-roll for initiative for everybody when you all kind of come together. So go ahead. You gentlemen can go first.
Go ahead, Jedi. You're on point. Try and get target.
All right. I'm going to use Deadly Aim to increase my damage.
Okay.
And I will... I am trained in attacks.
Yeah.
And I will use 2 levels of effort.
Got it.
17.
17. So 17 does hit. Did you want to tell me who you're firing at?
Ripper with
I kind of figured.
Missile.
Yeah. So
with missile.
There's a signal over the comm, Ripper down, and then Ripper disengages and very like kind of systematically and actually gracefully just peels off as if she's out of the fight now, and she allows you, the remainders, to sort of continue on this. So it's up to you, Larry.
I'm going to kind of roll a little bit to give myself some space and try and get a good shot at Jaffo. That's All right. As regards everything, I have nothing except effort to apply. So
okay.
I'm going to apply some speed effort.
Yeah.
And what about edge? I have a speed edge.
Speed edge just means that when you apply effort, you subtract your edge from the number of points that you spend on your effort. So if you have an edge of 1, it means that applying effort only costs you 2 on the first level of effort.
Okay. And I'm going to pull also from my luck pool.
Okay,
so
cool.
All right.
So is that easing by 2?
It's total.
Oh, I get it. So what you're pulling from your pool because you're using your luck pool. Okay, I get it. So 1 level of effort. Any assets or abilities that you're going to turn in here?
Not unless I'm attacking in melee.
No.
All right. So that
no battloids, no guardians at this point.
But I've got an ace up my sleeve though. So
okay.
Let's go ahead and roll this. And rolled a 3. Are we redlined?
No, I don't think we're redlining.
I forgot to redline.
I'm so disappointed. Oh, Jared, would you like to retroactively redline?
Not doing that.
Here's my ace up my sleeve. I'm going to use my luck, which means I pay experience point to re-roll a roll, and then I get to add 3 to the re-roll.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Luck bonus. And how about an 18 plus 3, baby?
Plus 3, 21. So an unnatural 21. Bingo. So you hit. You knocked him out.
So I was going to take my first shot, and then all of a sudden, let's say Aragorn got in my crosshairs. I ended up using my luck, not pulling the trigger, ducking down, and then shooting Jaffo.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Very, very lucky on that one. And then you get another signal over the comm, and that is that Jaffo is out, return to base. And then so with that, are you just going to return to base?
I think Jedi
to buzz the
tower.
What?
Negative, Ghost Rider.
The
pattern is full.
That's a negative on buzzing the tower. Jedi, we are full. Pattern is stacked and racked. That's a negative.
Are the catapults working? We can work on that.
Both of the catapults. Both of the 4 catapults are broken. Are you going to take that sitting down, or are you going to buzz the tower? So I was expecting you to be like, screw that, I'm going to buzz the tower.
I'm waiting for Jedi.
Trying to decide. Yeah, we killed Ripper. Let's do it. We're gonna buzz the tower anyway.
Okay. So
I am firmly in the wingman position as he does.
all right. So the two of you come in. Describe this glorious maneuver as you buzz the tower.
You play it nonchalant, like you're gonna land, and then you just stay high and go right on by the tower.
And turn by. I want you to make an attack roll, but it's not really an attack.
See how much coffee is full.
And well, no, I was going to say, before you roll, do you want to put any effort, or do you want to do like a really fancy maneuver, or what?
It's not really fancy, but it's just gonna be like a lot of rocking that maybe helps create a little bit of turbulence as we go by.
Okay, sounds good.
And give turbulence to your wingman. Thanks, appreciate that.
Yeah. No, you're in perfect sync.
I know. I'll come a little bit further.
So you
out.
create super turbulence by working together.
That's right. That's
There
right.
we go.
That's right. Yeah, I mean, I'm specialized, and I'll use one level of effort.
So is that 3? Okay, go ahead.
Yep.
I like how you're expending everything on this.
Would you like to redline this maneuver?
Yeah.
That's only a 3.
Yes.
Actually, I would like the red line.
Do you,
Oh,
you
You let me roll again?
just
If I
roll
no,
a 3.
you rolled a 3. You don't want to do
All right, I'll
that.
take it. I'll take it.
Every time it's like, here's another rule. Oh, I'll roll again.
No. I mean, unless you want to spend XP, re-roll, and then redline.
Yep,
It's your
let's do
big
it.
moment.
Yeah, why not? It's a one
do
shot.
it.
Why not? Spend
Let's
the XP. Okay, so
do
you're
it.
gonna redline, so that's 4.
I wish this happened in Top Gun. Where he actually crashes into the tower and the movie ends.
It's on the DVD cut. The director's cut.
Right, the
Director's
director's cut.
So close. That was a 6.
Oh, if only you had double. Do you want to re-roll and double redline?
Wanna do that? Is there a triple red line?
Yeah, let's just do it. So it was a noble effort, but a very sloppy effort, and all of the grace and beauty that you'd hoped to sort of like a peacock preening with its feathers is just not there. You're more like a peacock that just got like hit by like a turkey, a butterball turkey out of a cannon, and it's just like several windows in the tower shatter, and you basically later on you'll see the video of half a dozen tower control people as they spill coffee all over themselves in one giant like ripply burst of turbulence that washes over the entire tower.
Perfect.
And of course we now cut to you 4 getting completely chewed out. Completely chewed out, standing at attention, sweating profusely, while Ripper and Jaffo just completely tear you each several new assholes in various parts of your bodies, verbally
Are you gonna give us the
speaking.
line?
And Ripper turns to you.
Do it.
Turns to Jedi, puts her finger right in your face, and says, "Son, your ego's writing checks your body can't cash." And I'll actually give you an
whole
XP
game's
for
complete.
getting to that. For
The
getting to
whole
that
game is
point.
complete.
Oh, an extra red line XP for you.
Perfect.
I know, and you just feel this sense of like maverickness wash
Exactly.
over you.
holy shit! I just realized I'm Goose. I mean,
No!
That makes you Goose.
right?
That just totally makes you Goose, and Just remember, steer clear of the canopy, and you'll be fine. No problem. So with that, Hop 1 is over. You go through a debriefing in which you're sort of shown the things that you did well, the things that you didn't do well, and what you're shocked by is the way that Ripper and Jaffo in their report are actually very professionally able to sort of take apart your techniques and show you how, despite the fact that you did win, what you did was a little reckless, a little dangerous, and that you show a lot of potential should you be able to get yourself get your egos under control. Completely sort of taking the wind out of your sails, but not if you are Jedi who is very happy to who
So you're
grew
saying
up watching
next time I should do it inverted.
Do an inverted and have your Rio take a shot with the Polaroid. Okay. So with that, we are back to actual reality now. Do you gentlemen, your next, let's fast forward now through a few weeks of schooling, your techniques improving, the tension ratcheting up between your renegade ways, the things that the flight instructors are trying to teach you, and your encounters with Shooter and Diceman, and their two buddies, Wolfman and Easy Ease. There's several more confrontations unless there's something in the meantime that you would like to do. Anything? Because we can...
No, a montage of us kicking their ass is hysterical, so
Playing them in
I'll
volleyball.
think of that as we go. That's right.
What else?
All right.
Pretty much all I can think of in this montage.
So with that, we fast forward to Hop 25. So we are now halfway through Top Valkyrie School. Hop 25 is actually a game of capture the flag through a place called Thundertown. Thundertown is a smallish city, approximately maybe 15 blocks by 15 blocks. Or you know what? Let's make it a little bigger. We'll say it's 20 by 20, just to make it easy and simple. So the idea with Capture the Flag is the same idea, the same goals that we all had when we played Capture the Flag in high school, except you are not allowed to use, here are the rules of engagement. You need to stay below 500 feet. You cannot destroy any buildings or civilians, and there will be simulated robotic civilians through the town. And finally, you cannot use fighter mode. You must use either Guardian or Battleoid. You'll start from opposite ends, and once you enter, you need to capture your enemy's flag and bring it back to your headquarters or your goal before they do. And for this engagement, you're going to be facing, one more time, Ripper and Jaffo, but also Shooter and Diceman.
There we go.
Big battle.
Here we go.
Dice Man's mine.
Feel a need for speed.
And actually, during one of those exchanges, during one of the moments in the montage I just described, Dice Man comes right up to you, Burst. He says, "You know what I don't like about you? It's you're dangerous. Every time you go up, you put everyone at risk. That's your problem, Burst. It's your attitude. It's not your flight skills. It's your attitude."
To help out my friend, at least we're not going up this time.
And then and then he leans in and he does this. Just like Val Kilmer did. Except he's wrapped in a towel and he's all oiled up like he just got out of the shower, and he's very like reflective.
Okay, so we're this is 4-on-4, or is this 2-on-2-on-2-on-2?
This is 4. Well, however you want to divide it up, but it's going to be 4-on-4.
Well, there's only 2 flags. That's what I'm asking, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Guys, this was designed with me in mind.
Yep.
All right, then. So we're going to start you out. And this time, here's what I'm envisioning, all right? So it's a grid.
Frank says we have to redline, by the way. We have to.
Yeah, Frank says
I'm
definitely. Or he's going to
he's
going
ready
to
to
double red line. So we've got a grid 20 by 20, okay? You're starting off in Battleoid mode. And so with that, what you're going to do is you're going to start off on the west. They're starting off on the east. And this is essentially Main Street with several blocks going up and down. And as you look down Main Street, you can see that there are robotic civilians that are, Frank is saying, try to eat a civilian. Consume him. Don't just like step on him. Consume the civilian. As you look down the main street, you can see civilians are kind of going about their merry way. And you've run through these simulations before. Once the combat starts, these robotic civilians are going to act in real ways. They're going to duck and hide. They're going to maybe just sort of crouch down in the middle of the street because they're so filled with fear. Some of them are going to run into buildings. Some are going to run out of buildings. They're going to act like real civilians would. So before we begin, before you...
So we're still can shoot our opponents, right?
Yep.
Okay. So we have to make sure we're not damaging any of the buildings or any of the peoples.
Yeah.
Right? Those are the rules. Got it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. No, and not above 500 feet. All right, so do you guys want to talk about your plan of attack here before you go, or do you want to just, like, get into this?
What do you think, Resync? What do you want?
Gentlemen, I'm going to hole up right here while you guys try and retrieve the flag. I have a certain little gift when it comes to automated machinery, and I think I'm going to have a little fun with this while I have a chance.
All right.
I guess keep me covered, and I'll try to get in quick and grab that flag.
All right.
Don't worry, you'll have plenty of things distracting the other team.
Okay. Are we ready then?
Yeah.
Okay. So if any of these rules are violated, I mean, the game will continue, or I should say the exercise will continue if the buildings are destroyed or if a civilian is injured. It'll play through, but these are going to be considered points against you. If you go above 500 feet or if you go outside of the 20 by 20 grid, the game's going to reset. Just for safety reasons, they want you to be within that space. Make sense? Okay. So with that, you get the signal over your comms. You're green to go, and weapons are hot.
I hit Guardian mode
Boom.
and just start creeping down to the south.
Okay.
To do kind of a, we're going west to east or east to whichever.
That's right. So
Going
you
west to
guys,
east, yeah.
you guys are on the west side. You're going to go east, so you're kind of creeping south. Okay.
Right. I'm hacking into the network, trying to gain control. I can spend 3 intellect points and persuade automations, machines, and computers to do my bidding. So I'm going to be trying to hack into the system and do that, trying to gain control of the civilian population.
Oh, this is the Captain Kirk Kobayashi Maru.
That's right. That's it.
Why not?
Oh my goodness. Okay, got it. What are you up to? Or I'm sorry, I meant to ask. I wanted to get like everybody's idea, and then I'm gonna like sort of have everybody roll in a certain order to figure this out. But I meant Jedi. What are you thinking of doing, Jedi?
I am going to stick on the sort of the north side of Microverse's approach, trying to perform an Overwatch action, where I'm gonna use a ranged weapon to target a limited area and attack the next visible target.
Oh, cool. Okay, got it. So why don't we have this? Let's go with Resync first, because he's going to sort of hack in there and see if he can get control. So Resync, tell me a little bit about what you're doing here, and let's get through it.
Okay, gaining control of the automations, all of the machinery. What I want to do is I want to plug a command to convince the population to all find and essentially embrace any of the parties that are in play. In other words, any of the machines. So in other words, they are going to make it so that attacking each other is going to be something that is not possible to do.
Ah, okay. Okay, so they're going to be embracing, when you say the machines, they're going to be embracing each other so that it's hard.
Well, I mean, us. I mean, our team, their team, doesn't matter. Wherever the closest of the Robotech robots are.
Right. I like this.
They're going to embrace or try and climb on top of,
right.
Try and be part of.
A nuisance. And so that, okay, this actually, okay. So you've got that skill, and then is there anything else? Effort or assets?
Yeah, I can spend another luck effort to take it one more, shift it one more time.
Yeah.
And then that gives me 2. Did someone say red line earlier?
I'm definitely going to do it. I didn't know if we needed to do it right now. If you want to do it right now, let's red line right now. Let's go for it.
Okay, go ahead.
I'll spend it.
I only have 1 experience point left, and I need to use it.
I got it.
Why not? I'm liking this. I love this red line rule. I'm thinking from now on, for all, like for Fierce Brood, let's red line. Let's red line the whole rest of the game.
Yeah.
Jared will never level again.
I know, right?
Burn all his XP on
that's
red
right.
line.
That's it. Everything. So we've got 3. We've eased the task by 3.
Okay.
So go ahead and make your roll.
All right, making my roll, and it is a 18.
Oh, nice.
That worked.
So you punch through the controls there on. Are you in Battleoid mode or Guardian?
I'm in Guardian because that would be what I would have been in to start with, right?
Okay. So you're starting off in Guardian mode, and so you patch through your controls, and coming up on the holographic displays, sure enough, you're able to access the top Valkyrie AI, who is first like, who are you? And then when you roll an 18, it's like, oh, it's you. And the AI seems particularly excited to be talking to you and talking to your computer, and the two exchange, and you do gain control of the robots the simulated civilians that are moving about.
All right. And that's it. I'm just going to essentially plug in, I guess if you were to put it in human terms, the saviors have arrived in their mechanized machines. Please run out and embrace the nearest one you find and thank them for helping you. They deserve your company.
Okay, so you start to see civilians coming out into the streets, looking around, and you kind of get the idea at first that they're kind of chaotic in the way that they're doing it, but then they spot you, and maybe one of them starts running down the street towards you. And so with that, I'm going to go to Burst. So Burst, you're heading south and to the east, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so if you're heading south and to the east, you start to notice, within like 30 seconds to a minute of departing your starting point, that these civilians are starting to come out, and you haven't seen any of them yet, but you kind of get the sense that they're flowing in certain directions, and that Resync's scheme worked. So are you up to anything in particular?
I'm moving at a good clip, but I want to be a little, especially keep Grandpa cautious on the radar and vary my route a little bit. But I definitely want to make forward progress towards the flag.
Okay, so you start heading south and toward the east as you go, making progress. So as you move through the streets, though, are you kind of going, you said a quick clip. How fast is a quick clip? I only say that I mean, I only say that because I'm imagining whether or not the civilians have a chance to catch up to you. Because I don't know if you mean like 5 miles an hour, 10 miles per hour.
Probably 10. It can't go too quick because I need to be careful as well as keep oriented and aware of what I might stumble into.
Yeah. So what you notice is that immediately as you kind of skim down the streets, doing your best to avoid, like, say, cars or buildings and things like that, occasionally pulling your wings in for narrow alleys, you notice that civilians are popping out like crazy, and they're coming for your guardian. And it might not be a problem now, but you can kind of see it developing into a problem. Is this how you just want to spend your turn, is just heading?
Yeah, I want to make as much progress as I can, but as soon as I start noticing this, I'm going to call it out. Just, this is going to be a problem getting back. These roads are going to be full of these guys.
Back to Jedi then. So Jedi, you're heading north, and what was the maneuver you were saying?
I'm staying south and east to kind of mirror Microburst, but I'm going to be on the northern side of him, so I'm a little more to the middle of the field, like probably like 1 or 2 blocks over. But I'm also going to be in the air. I'm going to be about 100 to 125 feet in the air in Guardian mode.
Okay. So you're heading south and east and about 100 to 120 feet in the air in Guardian mode. Sorry, I just I knocked one of my displays, and so I'm not sure if... Shoot. Hold on for just a second. There we go. Sorry about that. I have a very delicate display, and when I knocked the cable... unfortunately, the zoom window went down, and I think you saw Ahsoka Tano, who is my screensaver right now, or I should say my desktop right now. But anyway, so you're heading that way. I'm sorry, can you re-explain that? I apologize.
Sure. I'm effectively following Microburst, sort of in a wingman type capacity.
Got it.
To the south and east, but I'm staying on his northern side.
Nice.
Maybe like 1 or 2 blocks away, and I'm in the air, 100 to 125 feet in the air in Guardian, trying to perform an Overwatch.
I like it. Okay, so you are basically looking for anybody that may be causing trouble, and you're trying to provide a little bit of like interference or a distraction should someone kind of be coming this way. Is that correct?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
So in that case, what I want you to do is make a roll to sort of figure out and get your bearings here so that you do so in a way that's not going to alert anyone or that you're going to see them before they see you. Is there anything you want to do to sort of...
I'm trained in navigation.
Okay, I'll take that. Maybe you know your way through the streets. You kind of recognize the pattern, and we'll say that maybe it's from an area in Macross City, actually. And you've been in this area before. It's different, but
great.
So you get that.
Okay. How about you train in perception, since this is sort of an Overwatch goal.
I'll take that. Yeah.
Okay.
I'll take that.
And
are you gonna redline?
We already did redline. We started the thing off redlining for him.
That's right.
Or resync.
Yep.
So I'm definitely gonna redline, and then I'm gonna use a level of effort.
Okay.
It's only an 8.
It seems like it's clear from what you're watching so far. It seems okay.
All right.
So
I'll rate everyone that my position's clear so far.
Okay, and so I imagine, are you kind of hopping from building to building, or are you staying between the buildings so that you kind of like, and like just at the top?
Yeah, it's not really a hop. It's definitely going to be more of a fly, but it's kind of in between and around buildings, but staying up off the streets.
Okay, cool.
Occasionally kind of going over buildings to get a good view and then back down.
Yep. So far you're not really seeing anything. That doesn't necessarily mean that there's nothing out there, but you're not seeing anything. So let's head back to Resync. Resync, you're kind of in the rear at this point, and you do have control of the civilians. And now at this point, are you moving away from them, or are you allowing them to kind of swarm your guardian?
Well, let's put it this way. I mean, it's not like the entire population is swarming me, are they?
No. So I'm going to say, like, just offhand, I'm going to say there are maybe a dozen of them that are kind of coming up to you, but they have to sort of stay back. You have to remember this. Essentially, your feet in Guardian mode are jets.
Oh, okay.
That is one thing to remember. And they're not stupid. They're not going to come up to you and like, but that is something to remember.
Right. Okay. Well, yeah, I'll go ahead and I'll, I don't want to get above the building tops though. I don't want to be a target, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So what I'll do, well, actually, maybe I do. I'm going to get a couple of the civilians. I'm going to land and allow a couple of them to climb on board. And then I'm going to go up high and take a look around for the flag.
Okay. So you get a couple of the civilians on board, and you're gonna hover up.
I'm gonna go up in order to try and see if I can locate the flag.
Okay, so hovering up, you don't actually see the flag from where you're at, which probably means that it's somewhere on the far side. Just to sort of refresh, the flag is going to be the size of like a flag as it would be were we playing. So usually when we're playing Capture the Flag, I mean, from what I remember from gym class, it was like...
I was picturing like a garrison flag, 38 feet by 20 feet.
Well, no, that's what not quite that big, but what I was kind of getting at is the flags that I remember playing and grabbing for were maybe like 4 or 5 feet tall, and then they were like a couple feet long, so you kind of clearly see them. So these flags are about the same. So if you're like 60 feet tall, then these flags are about 25, 30 feet tall, and then they, I don't know, maybe 10, 15 feet wide. So from what you see, you don't see anything flying in the wind.
Okay, so I know that Jedi went to the south.
Yeah.
And where did Burst go? He went to the north or on the north?
He went south with me.
Burst
We're
was
both
with
going
you.
south and east.
Yes.
Support
What about Precautious character?
I was just assuming. I was kind of conveniently not playing him right now because it's just an extra character to worry about, and then I'd rather focus on who's playing right now, and we'll say like he's engaged with someone else.
Okay. I'm going to go ahead and try and circle around the north edge then.
Okay.
That's what I'm going to do.
Heading north. All right. So let's get back
with
to
the fodder on my shoulders.
Got it. So let's get back to Burst and Jedi. What are you two guys doing? You're continuing forward?
Yeah, I'm a little nervous about getting stuck with all the civilians around,
Mm-hmm.
but yeah, I'm focused on snatching the flag and burting out of there, getting out of there fast.
Okay. So as you continue forward, you're keeping moving at a speed that keeps the civilians kind of away from you. But again, just like you were saying, you're getting a little bit nervous about this. How about you, Jedi?
I'm going to continue to cover Microburst and keep sort of an overwatch position and look for anyone trying to engage and get our flag.
Okay. All right. So make a roll. You do have. Are you going to be doing anything special, or are we just going with the red line?
Yeah. No, I mean we're red line. I'll use the training and perception,
Mm-hmm.
and I'll use 1 level of effort.
Got it.
Only an 8 again.
8. Looking back, it doesn't seem like anyone. You know where the flag is, so it's a little bit easier for you to kind of spot. It doesn't seem like anyone is there. You don't see any Battloids or Guardians in that area at the moment.
Okay.
Let's go back then with that. Let's actually go with Resync for the moment. So Resync, what are you up to?
Again, just trying to find another route and possibly distract or head off the other players, or excuse me, the non-player carriers, our opponents, so that they can take the flag without anything getting in their way.
Okay. All right. So at this point, go ahead and make a roll for that. So what I want you to do is I want you to think about how are you going to be doing this? How are you going to steer them? How are you going to move in a certain way that forces them to go in a certain direction so they try to avoid you or they try to sneak around
I'm just going to
you?
make myself a little bit more obvious. I'm not really hiding behind the buildings or the shadows. I am kind of moving a little bit erratically, like maybe I'm confused or lost or trying to catch up with the others in my party, so to speak. So I want them to believe that I'm kind of just lame and hanging out and an easy target.
Okay. All right. Go ahead, and do you want to use any effort for this? We're already redlining, so...
Yeah, I'm just going to go ahead. I'm not going to use any effort. My
No.
intellect pool is getting a little bit low, so I'm just going to go ahead and roll it, and then maybe use my experience point to re-roll if I have to.
Okay.
And I got a 4, so I imagine I am going to have to re-roll it.
Yeah.
We only have 1 red line, right?
Yeah, only 1.
Only 1.
All right. I'm going to spend the experience point, and then I get to add 3 for my luck. And I got an 18-21 on that.
There we go. So like a delicious treat. Sure enough, what you see under cover are Shooter and Diceman in Battloid mode as they sneak through the streets with the civilians swarming around them and them trying to push them away gently, keeping them out of the area. And they've seen your flag, and you're looking down Main Street. It looks like they're kind of around the corner in an alleyway, and they're going for the flag. But where Jaffo and Ripper might be, that's another question.
Yeah, I figured they'd be a little bit smarter about it. That's okay. I twist a nozzle or two on the machine to make the hydraulics make a loud sound so that I'm definitely obvious to them as they go walking by.
All right, and so you don't even have to roll for that. They stop, freeze up for a moment, and they look around. Let's go back. Let's go back to Jedi and Burst. What are you two gentlemen up? You're approaching the end of the 20 blocks or so. You're getting close. How do you want to proceed?
I'm gonna hold up and just get a little altitude towards the top of a building.
Mm-hmm.
And at this point, I'm gonna pop my other cipher of the Eagle's Eye.
Cool.
To improve my vision.
Nice.
I looked at that one.
I like that.
And yeah, I'm gonna take a quick perceive around through all the nooks and crannies around me and try to get that extra distance past that clarity past them and see if I can catch where that flag's at.
Go ahead and make a roll for that.
That's a natural 20.
Nice.
You okay, so first of all, you see the flag. Second of all, looking around, it appears to be just sitting there, ready to be taken. Third, how would you like to use your 20, your major effect?
The flag is magically in my grasp.
I'll give you the flag. I'll give you the flag. That's not a problem.
I mean, I had an idea for how I was going to try to get out of there, but
tell me what that idea is, and maybe I can help you with it.
Well, as soon as I snatch it, I've got an ability flight, not fight, which helps me with my speed defense task to try and evade any incoming attacks at me, so I can just blast my way back really fast. So I guess it'll be that I'm just, as soon as I spy it, I'm gonna just pounce without any warning, without Jedi knowing, without anybody there. I'm gonna hit it. I'm gonna grab the thing, and then even though we can't use fighter, I'm gonna stay in Guardian.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna, like, here's the nose. I'm gonna put the legs down, so I'm straight, and I still have my arms out. I got the flag, and I'm just gonna twist around and just skim the top of the buildings, hit my flight, not fight, and go max speed.
I'm going to give you one thing here, and it may affect what you choose to do. When you grab the flag, just unceremoniously, just grabbing it as quick as you can, looking straight down Main Street, what you see are Ripper and Jaffo looking in the opposite direction from you right now, down the street, because you're behind them. So if you want to continue and blow over the buildings and go, you can.
I'm going to go blasting straight down Main Street and try and take them out with missiles.
Nice. Okay. So
it'll just be like this, and then I'm just going to top speed.
So we're going to
say just blast through them.
That at this point,
if possible, oh, we're not using actual stuff. I was hoping to do like flying through the explosion, but
yeah, there would be 2 explosions on either side, and the thing is, they would be like, I don't know, maybe they're holographic explosions, just for effect. Maybe they fire like these little. They could be something like that. We could
as
just
long
do
as
that
I don't just blast right through Jaffo and Ripper.
There'll be those Robotech explosions that are big circles with like a bite taken out of them. Yeah, exactly. So you're gonna fire at both of them and just blast straight down Main Street.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna give this to you just to start with because you have snuck up on them. and they have no idea that you're there.
And I'm. Is there like there's not necessarily a limit for the weaponry I'm using because I want to use my reflex missiles, even though we're just in kind of tag mode or something.
Mm-hmm. You could if you wanted to. You could use a more, you could choose your weapon, either plasma or reflex.
I want to make sure that like I have this shot so that they're gonna like not have any chance like, oh, they've only been partially damaged.
Right.
I can fire back.
Right. So you can go ahead and fire your reflex. So go ahead, and with that, I'm going to give you the attack with no initiative. You're just going to go for it. Do you want to say anything? I guess you didn't. But you're not going to say anything to your companions. You're just going to do this and go.
Yeah, it's all happening too fast. It's just
got it.
I see the opportunity. I'm grabbing it. I see this other opportunity. It's just going to happen.
Go ahead and roll for your attack, and you're firing, we'll say 2 at once, because they do that on Robotech all the time.
Well, I'll add 2 levels of effort.
Okay, I like it. So we've got red line as an effect, 2 levels of effort.
Oh, I've still got my eagle's eye going.
You've got the eagle's eye.
Them right up, so that should be a good one.
Mm-hmm.
And aside from that, just I don't know.
Yeah, you have the So I've adjusted the task difficulty. You have the element of surprise.
Now I just have to roll a die, and I just rolled a 20, so it's not going to be good.
We'll see.
19.
Oh my God.
19.
That's what it's done.
With almost like beatific movement, just glorious, graceful movement, you fire yourself directly down Main Street of Thundertown. And as you do so, with that flag in one of those enormous battloid hands, you fire several missiles that just simply spin off in opposite directions, one going north, one going south, and those missiles land, and those holographic explosions hit, filling the street. And this is what you see, Jedi, and this is what Resync sees as light bursts out and you punch straight through it, firing yourself like a bullet down the barrel of a gun toward your goalpost. And as you do so, your rockets and afterburners are just going full tilt boogie, as they say. And you manage even to get past those civilians which had built up all around you, because you're essentially hovering over them in guardian mode with your 2 arms forward. And you take them both out, and they are no longer a threat. But now, as you make your way, and you hear over the comm that Ripper's out, Jaffo's out, and with that, the only thing that stands in your way now are the 2 bumbling bumblers who are at the end of Main Street, where Resync had been kind of watching them sneak up toward your flag. Mm-hmm. And both Shooter and Diceman kind of look up. And at this point, I need all of you to roll for initiative, because you can kind of see each other where you're at, and we'll just fudge it and say everybody can kind of see what's going on now that the attention has been drawn to this.
17.
Mm-hmm.
19.
Nice.
Sorry, I was on mute. 13.
13. With the 19, that makes you first. So what do you want to do as in slow motion shooter? And Dice Man. Thank you. I wanted to say Wolfman. The problem was that I named him Wolfman, and I was like, Wolfman Jack? No, I'll make him Dice Man. It's like Iceman. The two of them in slow motion turn to look, and now it's up to you two, or you three.
Are there civilians swarming them?
Yeah, there are civilians around them.
I could take action first because I'm basically assuming the situation. All the threats are gone except for these two jerks, and they're kind of prone, just like caught flat-footed.
They're flat-footed.
Yeah, I'm like, we got the drop on them. Take them out, and I'm gonna scream down a side street, like just to get out of their kind of attackability zone.
Yeah.
And then once I do that, I'll end up trying to work back towards the flag, but these guys can engage.
Take them out you have to do it non-lethal. Civilians surrounding them.
Okay. And so are you firing on them actually, or are you just sort of moving off in another direction?
Who are you asking, Matt?
Oh, I was actually asking, oh my God, I'm forgetting my call signs. Burst.
Oh, no, I am not firing at them.
Oh, okay. So you're just curving away.
I'm just going to do the old skirt around the corner.
Who wants to go next then?
I will. I'm relatively close to them. I'm going to go ahead and just close the distance without any aggression, just having my hands up. Make sure it's obvious that I've got civilians on me. I know that they have it on them, and I essentially want to just keep their focus while the flag goes across the other border.
All right. And then Jedi?
I am going to fly back towards them.
Yeah.
I'm going to continue to actually raise my altitude up to more like 250, so I can get a nice clean shot. And I am actually going to go ahead and shoot.
Go right ahead.
Shooter.
Are you redlining? On
we
top of the red line?
Already red line, so I'm going to double red line.
Got it.
I'm going to take this guy out.
Don't kill any civilians.
Well, that's why I'm not using my trick shot to shoot both of them to help avoid killing civilians.
Mm-hmm. Any effort or?
Yeah, well, I'm trained in attacks.
Got it.
And I will put 2 levels of effort in this. 18.
18, nice. Very nice. Oh my gosh.
And I'm deadly aim, so it's plus 2 points of damage.
Well, we'll just say that this is more like a binary sort of thing. Like if you hit them, like they're out. They just sort of assume that one hit is 1 kill.
It's fine.
And are you using your 2 attacks or just the 1?
Just the 1. I wanted to have more control and be safe.
So then you do take out, who do you want? Shooter or Diceman?
Shooter.
Shooter's out. Automatically. That leaves Diceman. And then that brings us actually to Diceman, who's the only one left, because I take it that Resync, you are just sort of got your hands up and you're not attacking. You've just got the civilians.
Hey, Dice, stand down, man. Stand down. I think it's over. Just don't even worry about it.
And you see Diceman pull his weapon on you, his GU-11 gun pod, the gun that all Valkyries carry, most Valkyries carry, and you can just see like the processing power in his brain as he tries to figure out whether or not he should fire, and with that he doesn't. He just holds off, and you can kind of hear him growling over the comm, and then you just hear, fuck it. And he does fire. So I need you to defend against this. This is going to be disable engine drive. So, oh wait, no. I'm going to say strike power core or vital spot. So essentially he's making a called shot, which is at a huge disadvantage. But you guys are redlining, so that makes it even more of a disadvantage to him. Right. So go ahead and try to roll to defend. Okay. Don't forget, the only way you could screw this up, basically, is with a 1 to 3.
Or under.
Oh, yeah, 1 to 5. That's right.
A 7.
Yes.
Hey,
that GU-11 lights up one of the civilians, and it explodes into little tiny pieces, just as it's programmed to do.
Against him.
Harvey, you killed Harvey, man.
And you hear, you hear disqualified come over the comm, and continue engagement. So he's still up, and he's still going.
Mm-hmm. But at this point, he is kind of out. So you know what? What am I saying? He's disqualified. That's it. You win. Victor. Okay. Done. I don't know why. I was thinking about it first. Go ahead.
Just to put a point on it, I just fly up in Guardian to our capture point, and as I get up to it, I transform into Battloid and land and just jam that flag right on its point.
And to further put point onto it, I kind of fly up to Dice Man and laugh at him and I say, disqualified, you're coming up Snake Eyes.
Oh my God.
And then to truly celebrate, I go ahead and program all of the robots to surround Microburst and congratulate him, trying to lift him on their
shoulder. You go.
Nice. Oh my gosh, just wonderful. And it's like Gilgamesh with all of the Lilliputians as they lift him,
Oliver?
These little. Oh right, who's oh shoot.
Gilgamesh is a little older.
Yes. Oh my God, Gilgamesh. So Gulliver and the Lilliputians. Right. So with that, we will fast forward to graduation day.
We did it.
And each and every one of you is dressed in your UN spacey crisp and whites. You look glorious. You look fantastic as each one of you accepts your certification for top Valkyrie.
Did Dice Man and Shooter make it?
Were they shamed out of the group?
No, they flunked out.
They, we will say that they ended up flunking out.
Oh, yes.
I am so sorry
I
to
love
say.
Spite. Spite is so much fun.
Yes.
Spite is tight.
Yes. And unfortunately, they will be cleaning most facilities, most locker rooms for the fighter pilots for a while until they can get their flight hours back in and get themselves back up to top Valkyrie certification, which is probably a bit of a ways away. However, at graduation, a UN spacey messenger, basically a little gunnery sergeant peon, comes running into the graduation, and he passes a note to both to Ripper. Ripper opens it up, takes a look at it quickly, and then sighs. She grabs the microphone and announces that a new enemy, an enemy that had not been announced and that no one had known of before, has actually descended on the planet. And that each and every one of us is to scramble and assemble immediately at the SDF-1, which is being launched on the other side of Macross Island. And that flight training is over, but the war has just begun.
And I wish
the Zentradi have invaded. What's that?
I said I wish Dice Man and Shooter were with us. We could use them right
To help us.
Cannon fire.
Yeah, maybe we shouldn't have shamed him out of the core.
And with that, I suppose we'll leave that adventure for Top Valkyrie 2.
Nice.
If you've watched this far, thank you very much. We appreciate your taking the time and spending your time with us on Friday night one-shots. Just so everybody knows, if you are watching live, we're going to take a bit of a sabbatical for a few weeks. We have Christmas coming up, and then we have New Year's. But we'll be back with an episode of The Fierce Brood in early January. We will be back with an interview. I have a top secret interview with a bigwig coming up in early January, and we will be back with another Friday night one-shot in January of 2021. And for all of you listening, this will be our last broadcast game of a very crazy year. 2020 has been nuts. And I just wanted to say, if it weren't for all of the nutty things that have happened, though, I wouldn't have seen my buddies again. And it's been wonderful sort of to play with you guys again. And I look forward, maybe in 2021, I look forward to playing with you guys maybe in person. Hopefully we can get that done.
Great.
Thank you all very much. Thank you to Prakash, who came in for the first half of the game. He just threw himself in there. I think he did a great job. I'm really happy that he was able to help us out. And I look forward to playing with him again, and I look forward to playing with everybody again here at MML. Have a very safe 2021. I wish everybody the best.